Good morning, afternoon, happy draft day, part 3. Sharing this stuff out to the networks. How you doing, everybody? How do you like that draft pick so far with what the Lions are doing? I like the picks. I have to go against the part of me that says that I wanted to draft a edge rusher, and I still do, but I can't complain about the picks. They're pretty good. They're good players. So, I don't know. Good morning. Good afternoon. Happy draft day. Welcome one, welcome all. It's the Lion Villain Report. I'm your host, Russell Wayne. I'm going to be taking you through the rest of the draft. And if you're just pulling on through, drop where you're from in the comments right now. I know we got Rick C, Davey, and Michael in here. Michael's wanting to know already, you think Brad's going to move up in the draft? I think he will. Brad's cooking. I think that he only wants one or two more players, and he will utilize the rest of the picks that he has to get up and do what he needs to do. We got the Tennessee Titans are on the clock with pick 103. No Shedeur Sanders. Could you imagine if Tennessee Titans went ahead and drafted Shedeur Sanders too and had Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders? I think the Shedeur Sanders stuff is crazy. I think it's crazy. Joel is in Berlin. Dude, that is so awesome, man. Welcome to the program. That is so awesome. Thank you for making this part of your drive-by listening. I know that there's 100 draft shows that are out there. And I just like this. I've been doing this for a long time. I got the wrong list on my thing. I don't know. I hope that came up as rounds 4 through 7. It's rounds 4 through 7 today. And I'm taking you all the way through. You know, I'm a Lion fan, and I'll tell you how dedicated I am to my job. I'm a Lion fan. I'm going to be here live during this entire draft. You know, I was live the first 2 days, and this is going to be the third day. We're not picking till the 6th round. And that's how dedicated I am. I'm ready to go. The Titans are on the clock. I don't know if anybody gives a crap about the Titans, but the Titans selected Cam Ward, and then they got the edge with the crazy name, Alejo from UCLA in the 2nd round, and they were able to get a safety, Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State. That's a great pick at pick 82. So Tennessee Titans getting better, and here they are on the clock at pick 103. And here we go. Let's go. What's up, Jennifer? Welcome to the program. I assume most people on here are Lion fans. Let me know if you're a fan of one of the other teams in the NFC North, or if you're a fan of one of the other teams. What's up, Mary? How you doing, Mary? I always love seeing you in here. Single Dads Club's in the house.
You like that?
Thank you for spending some draft day with me. And Michael's wanting to know if I think I'll move up. And I did answer that earlier, but I'll answer it again. Yes, I do. I think he will package up picks, and he will go get players that he wants. And that's the beautiful thing about trading up. It's like, do you draft for need or do you draft best player available? And I think that you do both. It's like, if you're going to trade back or stay where you're at, you pick the best player available. If you're trading up, you're obviously drafting somebody that you need or covet. You know, they traded up 30 spots to get the wide receiver, Tesla. And I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it wrong until I figure it out. But I like it that he's Tesla. He's built completely off of electricity. But they traded up because they coveted this guy. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. Khalif Raymond is on a 1-year deal. Jameson Williams is signed through 2026. And he's going to be pretty expensive. So whether you're going to keep Jameson Williams or not keep Jameson Williams long term, I mean, he's going to be here for 2 more years for sure. But what are you going to do after that? Kid's a freak. The kid's a freak. But I think they'll try. They like their players. We don't need a lot of players. We don't need, 15 guys. Oh my God, we need an edge rusher. Yeah, we could use an edge rusher. So he'll trade up and get the guy that he wants. Edge rushers are aplenty. There's a ton of edge rushers that are left. There's so many edge rushers that are good in this class that, like, people can pick one and they're going to come back around. They're probably not going to pick 2. And so these guys are fall in. There's still some great edge rushers that are left. Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey, Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer, David Walker. I mean, there are some dudes that are left. These guys are rated in the top 200 players. I mean, you look for another guy to put in the room. Like it. I like it. We had Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne. Dwayne was awesome yesterday. Dwayne Keene coming in here, hitting all of the draft picks. I got to put them up here while we're talking about them. So I appreciate that. So yeah, we have 2 6th-round picks and then 3 in the 7th round. I think we picked twice in the rest of the draft. How about that, Dwayne? I think we're going to pick twice, and we'll package up those picks, maybe even once. And nobody wants Jack Sawyer. You know what? But you know what the advantage of drafting a guy like Jack Sawyer would be, especially later, Mary, is the fact that he's played next to Talik the Freak. He knows how to play off of his brother in arms. The guy he won a national championship with. Jack Sawyer's a playmaker. And I think value is dropping. It isn't just Jack Sawyer. I don't think that he's dropping because people don't believe in Jack Sawyer. I think there's been a whole crap load of edge players already taken. And there's other positions that are needed to be taken. So you're looking through. There's quite a few edge players that have already been taken. So, Tennessee Titans have made their selection. Shamir Dyke, wide receiver out of Florida. This would be considered, by the PFF standards, this is a way reach. A way high reach. They must have really liked this player. 6'1", 195. He has 4.3 speed. Deep wide receiver class, man. These people coming in at 100 here. Picking a guy that was rated 219 overall, according to PFF. I don't know how much you put stock into that. But they made their selection. And next on the clock, we have The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock. Jacksonville Jaguars. So far, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they trade some future to go up and get Travis Hunter, the two-way player out of Colorado. And then they didn't have a second-round pick because they traded up. And in the third round, they were able to get safety Caleb Ransaw out of Tulane. And then again in round number 3 at pick 89, they were able to get Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia. So, getting some more offensive linemen, got to protect Trevor Lawrence. So what do you think the pick would be here? I think they go defensive tackle. Looks like their needs are, wide receiver, defensive interior, safety. Safety could be the pick here, maybe. If we're looking, there are some CJ West out of Indiana is still available. 72 overall prospect. Just chilling. Like that. Thank you, Dwayne. Again, pick 103 was the way that his name reads, it kind of makes me laugh a little bit, and I don't know. There you go. Rick C says, I agree, Russ. 1 or 2 more picks, and we're done drafting. Safety, maybe a DN to shut the fans up in the media. There's still a lot of good defensive ends. I think defensive ends are falling just because there's so many of them. I mean, you think about it. There's 32 teams, right? And I know that there's been more than 10 defensive ends that have been drafted already. So a third of the NFL has filled the need of defensive end. So they're not going to be drafting. And then Brad Holmes understands that half of the people that have already drafted some of these guys, they may double dip. Some of them may. But this value is going to drop. There is plenty of nice defensive ends that are left that normally in other classes would be second, third round picks, maybe. I mean, I'm looking at, Swinson, Ivy, Kennard, Elijah Roberts, and Jack Sawyer, Barron Sorrell are all day 2 picks. They're still, according to PFF anyway, by where they had their rated players, they're still, 6, day 2 picks. One of them was day 1 pick. So Dwayne Keene, there we go. The next one is in. Dwayne's on top of it. Jaguars at 104 take running back Rasul Turn out of Virginia Tech. And you know what that's not? That's not an edge rusher. Got kicked off there for a second. I hope that doesn't keep up. Stop disconnecting my stream. It's the government. The conspiracy against my football show. They're trying to keep me down, shut my internet down, but they'll never keep me down. Oh no. They won't keep me down. Welcome to the draft show. The villain is here. The villain is ready to take you through the rest of the entire draft. I'm excited to take you through it. What are you doing to take your edge off today? I am not drinking any more Crown today. I am just going to sip on this little sativa over here, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of this draft and be waiting for a while because us Lion fans have to wait a while because we traded up to get our people. What did you think of the draft picks? I don't know. Looking at some of these guys, the Lions go out and get Isaac Tesla. Yeah. And maybe one of the best mullets in college. Rick C says, I didn't think so from the beginning, but it's looking like we might be planning on bringing Big Z back. You know, you can go back and check the tape, Rick. I put out a video on that when I was predicting this offseason. I made this offseason prediction, and I was pretty damn close. And one of the things that I had said is that they had to release Za'Darius Smith, okay? Even if you liked him, he was going to be on the team. You're not going to carry that $6 million cap hit into 2026. We already got enough problems in 2026. That contract was not going to work. I don't care if he had 30 sacks. It just wasn't going to work. So they had to do something, and they did. And I think that there's a good chance that he might come back. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let me see if I can find you an image here. I got to get this. This mullet is so phenomenal. So phenomenal. Look at that mullet. Look at that. Tate Ratledge right there. Got another dirt bag. That's a dirt bag. New England is on the clock, baby. Giants pick Scatterboo. Look at that. Lions or the Giants, the G-Men. I was wondering who was going to get Scatterboo. That right there, Ratledge looks like a Scatterboo. Look at that mullet. That is the greatest mullet. That is the greatest mullet in the history. Look at that. It's got like little racing stripes on there. Little curl up front. He's got it curled up front. And he's a dirtbag. Yeah. Split screen with Dan Campbell's mullet. I don't know if I could do that. I might be able to do that. I don't know. Let me see if I can find that. I got to find the Dan Campbell mullet. But he fits the culture, man. This is one of the guys that was like a lot of people got right from the second round. And a lot of people had us taking Tate Ratledge, you know, in that second round. So I don't think that was a huge surprise. And everybody know we needed to get younger at offensive line. That was definitely one of the needs in the draft. And one of the things about the Za'Darius Smith thing is Za'Darius Smith. We didn't know if we were going to draft a edge rusher high. You know, you got to let the draft fall. They're staying on their best player available type of deal. They probably told Za'Darius Smith to sit tight. You know, sit tight, and we'll see what we're going to do in this draft here. And we will probably bring it back. They were probably going to bring him back anyway. But, you know, he's playing that card out there. I think that you could have Za'Darius Smith in it. Would that make everybody happy with the draft? If the plan was the whole time to keep Za'Darius Smith here, keep him around, cash doll, keep him company. And then after the draft was over, you know, you go out and get the reinforcements. Or maybe the regime believes in Davenport more than we do. Or Pascal. or Muhammad. Maybe the regime believes in those guys that were here last year to rush next to Aiden Hutchinson, which we didn't get to see, by the way. So, I mean, a lot of people crush me for saying that, you know, the injuries played a big part, like Rick C was talking about right here. He played the Lions played very injured last year. And I think that you're talking about my mullet man here. But I did find a picture of mullet, the Dan Campbell mullet. I think. Where'd it go? There he is. Taking a look at that. All right, man. Look at that. That's a great mullet, too. Dan. I don't know. I think I got to give it to the new kid. Got to give it to the new kid. I mean, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. I mean, the mullet, I think, gives you superpowers. Dwayne Keene with another update right there. New England pick at 106 is Craig Woodson, safety out of California. And you know what that's not? Say it with me. Say it with me. It's not an edge rusher.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
Oh, yeah. Jennifer's in the comments right here. She's going to mullet hunting. She's here for the mullets and the mullets only. Oh, we appreciate the comment here. I'm hoping to get some of my guys on here. If Johnny Gaz comes on here, I sent a couple of invites to my friends. If you want to come on and spend some time with the villain at 313 Villain. I didn't go through the gauntlet yet. We're live. We're live on the Detroit Lions News Podcast Facebook page. Thanks, Joe Chap. I sent you a invite too if you want to come on and talk some football, brother. I'm the villain. I am the villain at 313 Villain on X. Opinions that suck. That's me. You can get me the Villain Squad on Facebook, Villain Squad on YouTube. I'll give you those codes. How about that? Here's the YouTube page right there for you. And right there is the Facebook page. You can use those QR codes or just use that link. Hey, give me a like. It's free. It's free for you to give me a like and support the page. Unless you don't like me. And if you don't like me, hey, there's a rare read. Greenfield up in the house. We need a Super Bowl and the superpowers. Keeping them Jacksonville pick 107 is Jack Loser out of Notre Dame. What a name. Raiders. Jack Keese. Kaiser. The Kaiser. Dwayne didn't like you don't like Jack Kaiser? You calling Jack Loser? I was actually trying to think for that. I was like, is there somebody that's got the loser name out there and I missed? Was he the other linebacker? Was Jack Loser? Oh, man. That's good stuff. Oh, I got to get these other codes in there. All right, there we go. There's the YouTube page, Faith, Family, and then football. You know, we got some trash talking that happens on this program. And I don't want anybody to take it personally, you know. My faith comes first, and then my family, and then my football. I get to do this. I get to come on here and talk football with you fine people. I get to do that. And thank you for making that possible. Right there. We're brought to you by Fanatics.com. Fanatics. You can scan that code, save up to 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners at Fanatics. Get that nice lion pullover hoodie right there. Or if you're a WWE fan, you can get WWE stuff, MLB stuff, NHL, NBA, Pistons, trying to even up the series. So thank you to anybody that scans that code, save up to 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners at Fanatics.com. That's right. And it is draft day, rounds 4 through 7. We're coming in, we're in the 4th round. Got some picks done. You know what I mean? Jack Kaiser, the Raiders. The Raiders take Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee. And you know what he's not? You know what Jack Kaiser is not? Or Craig Woodson that goes the safety, the Scadaboo? You know, none of those guys, none of them are edge rushers.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
We're making wins. We're making wins, making gains. And the Buffalo Bills have traded for the 109th pick in the NFL draft. Ooh, it's so fun. Bears are on the clock. Dwayne says the Bears are on the clock. Man, are they going slow on me again? Because it said they traded. They must have called out the PFF guys. For being so early, because they're later now. Because I have not seen the trade yet, Dwayne. Dwayne's quick. Bears trading with Buffalo. Now, I did see that Bears were trading the pick. They just haven't put it up on the screen yet, who they were trading with. So the Bears are on the clock. Who do you think the Bears are going after? Edge, right? Is that what we're trying? Is that what we're doing now? Thank you for whoever just scanned that QR code. I appreciate that. Mary says, yeah, Bills pick. Oh, Bears traded with Buffalo. Okay, so I did see it right. I thought I was seeing everything late. And maybe I was just seeing your comment late. I think that's what it was, Dwayne. But the Bills are on the clock. Ryan Poles out there, wheeling and dealing. You got to respect what they've done over there, especially since Ben Johnson got in there. I'm looking on here. It says that Stephen A. Smith is calling out people for the Shedeur Sanders. This is ridiculous. It's like, shut up. It's not ridiculous. The kid went into NFL interviews with an attitude and a smug arrogance about him, and the NFL teams, this is professional football. Even if you're great, you still have to learn how to play with other great people. There's not saviors. You know, even Patrick Mahomes and the greatest quarterbacks know that they gotta gel their players together, that you can't do it on your own. So he's dropping because of an attitude. There's an attitude. You when you're that arrogant, I mean, you're going in there trolling the number 1 pick in the draft. I mean, maybe he'll be great. I mean, it's the same thing, same attitude they had towards Deion. Use it as fuel. You know, remember all those quarterbacks like Amon-Ra remembered all those wide receivers. Quit crying in the media. And then Stephen A., you're going to throw, gasoline on that fire? Who cares? Become mentally strong. These mentally weak people don't make it well in the NFL. And maybe he ends up maybe he turns this around. Maybe Shedeur Sanders uses this as a humility, reality check. And then he just shuts up and goes to work and then changes the culture of a team. Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. Use it as fire. Who cares where you were drafted? Stephen A., don't throw gasoline on that fire. Click boy. I'm Stephen A. Smith. I need to give me some clicks. Come on, man. Thanks, John. Thanks for popping by. I'm going to be here for like 5 hours. Maybe come by later. We continue our conversation. Dwayne King. Love you, brother. Right there, pick 109. Drone Walker out of Kentucky. That's a D tackle. That's not an edge.
You like that?
All right, making gains. Central Scrutinizer. What's up, buddy? Good to see you on here. Rick C says that the kid's been riding on his daddy's name. 32 NFL GMs say the ride is over. Yeah, he's going to have to come in the hard way. And that's the thing. He needs a little bit of that humility. And it's okay. Undrafted free agents. Mr. Irrelevant's about to make $50 million a year. Brock Purdy. Doesn't matter where you're drafted. But you get all cocky like that. The draft is about guys that want to be professionals. Guys that just want to shut up and go to work. And the guys that want to shut up and go to work are the ones that will get picked first. Yeah, Mary says, just like his daddy, that's the most arrogant man that I know. Deion was arrogant, but the thing is Deion's one of the greatest ever. It's like, I would not give up on Shedeur Sanders. Don't mistake my tone for not believing in Shedeur Sanders. I'm just saying that I know the reason that he dropped in the draft. And it probably isn't what the hell Stephen A. Smith is talking about. There's no conspiracy against the person and the name and anything like that. NFL teams will draft mentally strong, good football players. And you usually have to have a nice combination of both. It sounds to me like this kid lets shit get to his head way too easy, especially when it comes to where you were drafted. You know what great players do when they get disappointed? Amon-Ra St. Brown, when he didn't get drafted in the 1st and 2nd round, he went out to his garage and started catching passes from a jugs machine. That's what great players do. They don't go to Twitter with their daddy and call Stephen A. Smith and say, make a fuss about this. You are not entitled. You are not entitled to be a 1st round pick because your daddy was a great player. I mean, there's some questionable stuff that's went out there. That's why you didn't get picked. You went 4-8 and they built a statue or whatever they, put him in this Hall of Fame. He changed Colorado football. Get some humility. You wonder why Shedeur is the way that he is? That's entitlement. You went was their record last year? Am I right on that? Was Colorado 4-8? It's like it blows my mind. They were 9-4 overall in 2024. That must have been from last year. But yeah, you didn't change anything in Colorado. And you get all of these accolades. They're not going to do that in the NFL for you. They're not going to roll out the red carpet and pave your way right to the Hall of Fame. You actually got to earn that in the NFL. You got to go up against other great players. Like, if you want to be great, that's fine. There's a lot of great players in the NFL. And some of them that even stand maybe a little bit above the other one, but they're all great players. You don't make it to the NFL on the bench if you're not a great player. So get humble. Get humble. Dwayne, thanks, Dwayne. There you go. Pick 110. Arian Smith out of Georgia. Guess what? Guess what that's not? Say it with me. It's not a pass rusher.
You like that?
Keep them coming. Keep drafting these non-pass rushers. Eagles pick Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, the freak. Isn't he the one that ran that real fast 40? They like speed. They definitely like speed on that Philadelphia Eagle team. Howie Roseman is awesome. What a great GM. He knows how to put a roster together, but so does Brad Holmes. Saints on the clock. I love it. Mary coming in. Maybe you guys are all getting this a little faster than me. But back on that Shedeur Sanders thing. We got some people in here. So let me know what you think about Shedeur Sanders. And do you think that he's even going to get drafted? Do you think that there's a chance that he goes undrafted? Let me know in the comments. Put the word Sanders and then a Y for yes or an N for no. Will he be drafted by an NFL team? The Saints pick is in. Apparently. Yeah. It seems like they tell you that the pick is in, and then they got to go sell 3 Lexuses with their commercials, and then they're going to come back, and then they're going to tell you what the pick is. But I wanted to find that comment in there that somebody had said something about my I'm sipping on my sativa. I wanted to bring that comment up because I'm about ready to sip on my sativa again. I'm taking what y'all drinking out there, what y'all smoking to take the edge off today. Or if you're sober, let me know if you're sober. And that's cool. That's actually the best thing that I could hear. Get rid of all of the vices. There you go. John was telling me I'm sipping on the sativa today. keeping my brain in the focused area. We got to make it through a long, long draft process right here. What are you sipping on today? You guys sipping on sativa? Maybe a little bit of Crown? Maybe just a little bit of iced tea with no alcohol in it. Just water. Scotty Reno, yes!
Playoffs.
Says Shadur Sanders to the Toronto Agronauts. El Martinez quit drinking 2 weeks ago. Congratulations, my brother. Blue Dream burning right now. But what did you think of the Lions picks, man? I'm honestly, I may be in the minority here. But as we're going through these picks, I love the Lions picks. You know, there was a part of me that wanted the edge rusher. I want it. But I can't look at the picks and say, okay, well, they didn't get players that are going to be impactful for the team. I mean, start out for one, I'm a crazy Ohio State fan that just won the national championship, by the way. But when Talik the Freak became a Detroit Lion, there was a part of me, because I watched probably every one of Talik the Freak's games, or at least the highlights of a game, and he's going to help this team. He's going to help Aiden Hutchinson. He made a living at Ohio State freeing up guys like Jack Sawyer and JT along the edge to get sacks. If you look at the stats on which side shaded double teams and where sacks came from Ohio State, whatever side that he shaded and picked up the double team between Jack Sawyer and JT was getting the sack, because he was taking on double teams. He was doing it. He made a living at, there's a technique evidently on how you're supposed to like go and initiate the double team, and Talik the Freak can do that. This kid, he could play wide receiver. I mean, we like the trick plays, right? Talik the Freak might be in on some of these trick plays that we're doing. He could play fullback if we needed to. And then the second round pick, you know, Tate Ratledge, that's the greatest mullet. That might be the greatest mullet in history. And this dude can ball. He's a dirtbag. It's another dirtbag. He looks like a 330-pound Dominic Mysterio from the WWE. It's like 350 Dirty Dom right there. He's a dirtbag. We got two dirtbags on our offensive line now. Now you're not worried about what's going to happen when Glasgow's gone. What are we going to do about the youth and all the money? You know, how do you manage cap? Well, you got to have really good players playing on rookie deals. And right here, you got a guy that's going to be on a rookie deal, and he's probably going to start for the next 4 years before. The mullet is fantastic. The mullet is like the cherry on top. And 49ers pick at 113. Thank you, Dwayne. Defensive tackle CJ West out of Indiana. That is a great pick at 113. That's a lot of value right there when it comes with CJ West. So I like that pick. Might as well go hit the next one. The Carolina Panthers made their pick at halfback. Trevor Etienne out of Georgia. They're reaching up and getting the running backs are getting reached on. I don't understand. But these people are coming up and getting their running backs. But the Dirty Dom, Central Scrutinizer, loves that. Dude, he does. He looks like Dirty Dom. Scotty Reno, you're listening. you're listening. Tell me that doesn't look like Dirty Dom. And then the wide receiver, Tesla. I got a picture of this guy somewhere. Let me see if I find a picture. Where are you at, Mr. Tesla? There you go. Isaac Tesla. I mean, you're talking about a 6'4". You're talking about a 6'4" X wide receiver that can run a 4.3. Now, you can't teach that. We got great coaching here. So it's like, I'm not, the nuances of him getting off of the line of scrimmage and beating press coverage and all that. You can learn that. And for one thing, you got Jameson Williams and you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got Sam Laporta. So when this kid goes on there, they're going to be rolling coverages to other wide receivers. And this kid's going to get more free releases than anybody on the team. He's just going to have to be able to run good routes and be able to catch the ball when he throws it to him. And at 6'4", I mean, that's game-breaking speed right there. They're going to be paying attention to our other playmakers, and this is electricity right here. So if you don't like that wide receiver pick, it just figures. It's like, miss me with it. I don't want to hear about it, because when that dude's running down the field with his 4.3 speed and they're not catching him from behind, you're going to go, oh, wow, I really like this guy. What a steal it was in the third round. Second, I guess they traded in the second round for that. No, wait. Yeah, beginning of third round. It's like, you're going to love this guy. Kid's electric. I mean, right now he's the 5th wide receiver, but I think by the time training camp hits, you're going to see it. You're going to see it with this kid. He's going to thrive in this type of offense. Usually when you pick a wide receiver on day 1 or day 2, you're expecting a lot more from him. But our team is deep enough that we're not going to have to put that kind of pressure on him. Like I said, you're talking about the 3rd, 4th, 5th option on the team. Now, that means that you're also going to be going up against their 4th or 5th option to cover him. Lions you took a dangerous offensive team and just made it a lot more dangerous. So I don't have any issues with any of these guys they drafted. All 3 of them could be probably more impact players than even last year's draft. You had Terrion Arnold that started, but Rakestraw got injured, so we didn't see much out of him. Giovanni Manu, we knew that was a developmental project. Sion Baki, he had a big impact, but it was special teams. He started on special teams all year. The dirtbag Mahogany didn't get work until late in the season. So 2024 kind of developed slow. Arizona's on the clock right now at pick 115. We're following along, and I'm seeing a lot of not edge rushers, guys. To me, Lion content creators that scrutinize picks before the draft is even over. That's the funniest thing. Like, especially if it comes back around and the Lions are able to find a late round gem as far as a pass rusher goes. And so far, they've been patient. Not many edge rushers have came off the board at all in the 4th round yet. I don't think any of them have. Did we get any edge? Wide receiver. Arizona takes Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State. And so far in this round, I'm not seeing any. Wide receiver, halfback, safety, linebacker, wide receiver, interior defensive lineman, wide receiver, interior defensive lineman, linebacker, interior defensive lineman, halfback, linebacker. 0 edge rushers. And we are 13 picks in. So maybe Brad Holmes knew something. That's why they say let him cook. That way you don't have to look dumb the next day. It's like, yeah, I don't like that. I can't believe they took a blah, 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 blah. We needed a da, 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 da. I mean, let it play out, man. Like, I think of Aiden Hutchinson, right? Aiden Hutchinson went out week 5, and the team won 15 games without him. So 11 of those games were won without Aiden Hutchinson. So I think of taking, like, let's just say the Philadelphia Eagles, right? If they added Aiden Hutchinson to their team that won the Super Bowl, what would people say about the Eagles if you add Aiden Hutchinson to a 15-win team or a team that won the Super Bowl or had success? And it's like they would be saying they are the bona fide headliner Super Bowl. Let's go. That's what they would say. And that's what's happening to the Lions this year. Without even making a draft pick, you are adding Derek Barnes and Aiden Hutchinson, a healthy Alex Anzalone, to a 15-2 team. That's without making a draft pick or any free agents or anything. Nothing else changed. It's like, run it back. Run it back. So they just added 3 bona fide great players that can impact the team right away on top of that. So, you know, I'll take the advice. Brad Holmes says, get your popcorn. I got my popcorn. I'm gonna talk about the positives of these guys that we drafted, and not a bunch of whiny mock draft guys that did 7,000 mock drafts and this guy was up so high. I mean, if you look at the PFF board right now, the best available, they're the number 1 available guy. Let me bring this up here so I can. This is just something that is funny that I make fun of, because people go by these rankings so rigid, and it's like, it doesn't matter what these people think. The NFL GMs are telling PFF that they're full of shit with this, right? The 35th ranked player by PFF is still on the board. And then there's Shadur Sanders. Then there's edge players. You got, 55, 60, 61, 77, 88. I mean, there's 15 players that should have already been drafted according to PFF in their brilliantness. But Brad Holmes is the only one that's dumb, right? I can't believe they haven't drafted an edge yet. Well, nobody else is either. So it's like they're playing the game right here. If you're in a boxing match, you gotta take some shots. You gotta move through the round. You gotta feel it out. You gotta see what they're gonna do. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, and then you got to make that plan, and you got to get comfortable out there. You got to figure out how people are going to move and sway. How do I get out of the way of those punches the next time, especially if it takes a turn somewhere different? I mean, there's part of this draft that's been pretty surprising. Like, I am very surprised that these edge players aren't coming off. I mean, most of these guys that are available that are high, that are top 100 picks, these are like edge players and linebackers. mixed in. The wide receivers are starting to get taken first. Los Angeles has traded the pick. Or Los Angeles is on the clock, has traded into the pick, I should say. Am I the only person on the planet that doesn't like popcorn? Now with that I'm older, my teeth aren't as good as they used to be. I don't like popcorn as much as I used to. Dwayne says Houston pick 116 running back Woody Marks out of USC. And since they just traded that pick, that might not be their pick. That might actually be... Where are we at here? Yeah, that might be the Rams. Oh, maybe not. No, quit. Jaquavius Marks, running back out of USC, going to the Texans. And guess what that's not?
You like that? You like that?
That is not an edge player. The pick is in. Halfback, Jaquarius Hunter. Mary loves popcorn. Frank the Tank says, what are you pissed off because the Lions did not take a pass rush? I'm not pissed off at all. I'm laughing at the people that are pissed off. It's dumb. The draft isn't even over yet. I'm celebrating every pick that comes off Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank pick 117 is a running back. And you know what that's not? Say it with me. It's not a pass rusher.
Say hello to my little friend. You like that?
The Falcons are now on the clock. And to me, it's a mystery, Frank the Tank. I have no idea why all of these good pass rushers keep falling down the board. Nobody else is picking them either. So I have no idea why anyone would be mad that the Lions haven't taken a pass rusher. Other than the fact that it messed up your mock draft. Mock draft 95. Mock draft 95. And like I said, I just showed everybody right here what that looks like. I'm definitely not pissed off. I love the players. And me being a Buckeye fan, I love Talik the Freak. I love that pick for the Lions. You know, I'm happy, when Michigan fan saw that card come across for Aiden Hutchinson, I got to experience that with Talik the Freak. Since I'm a Buckeye fan. So now Talik the Freak is also part of my favorite football team. And, game recognizes game, right? So even though I may not have liked Aiden Hutchinson when he was at Michigan, I recognize the damn talent. And he wrecked my day. He wrecked Ohio State's day when he beat our ass. Just like Michigan, we can't beat Michigan. Ohio State can't beat Michigan. For some reason, it's in their heads. I was talking about this last year when it comes with, young minds. You're talking like 18 to 21-year-old kids. When you have an entire draft class, or not draft class, but an entire class, freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors, when you lose that fourth game in a row and there's nobody in the entire room that can tell you what it's like to beat Michigan. That's dangerous grounds to be in, no matter how good you are. I mean, Ohio State won the national championship. And on the back of their mind, they're always going to have to say, you know, are we as good as Michigan? Michigan lost like 5 games or something. So it's a great rivalry. I think it's the greatest rivalry in football. But I love the fact that the Lions picked Talik the Freak. And I think you're going to like it too. Billy Bowman, safety, out of Oklahoma, goes to the Falcons. Thank you, Dwayne. The Bengals are on the clock. But you can put them in twice. Double up your comments. I like it when you guys throw in the comments in here. Linebacker at 119. Linebacker Barrett Carter out of Clemson.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
Every time they don't draft an edge, you get some Kirk Cousins.
You like that?
Because we like that. We want, but the closer we get to 182, you know, the closer we get to getting a steal at edge, because there are some nice edges that are still available, you know, according to PFF. But it seems like that whole list is crazy, just kind of gone to shit. Because when you look at the best available players via PFF, it's different, you know? Look at these best players. You know, 35, 45, 47, 51, 60. I mean, we're already in the 100s. So those rankings that we do our mock drafts on, the NFL GMs are making them look silly. You know, we're couch GMs. They're picking different players. It looks like the running backs are better according to where they're being picked than some of these edge rushers. So maybe their lists are looking a lot different. But let's look who's on the board right here for the Lions that's still here that would make it so people see. Frank the Tank says Michigan owns Ohio State right now. That's what I'm talking about. Michigan's won a whole bunch of the games in a row, and now you have an entire class. And, you know, at one point in time, Michigan was in that spot. You had to get that win, you know, and to turn when you're turning the tide. But when you lose 4 games in a row, it does something psychologically, because there's nobody freshman. I mean, impossible, because you know, maybe you have some 5th-year guys, but we don't remember what that is like. There's nobody that can say, hey, this is what we got to do. We got to be. No. It's like you have to got to get that one victory to turn that tide. But it's ironic that Ohio State did win the national championship by going through the most grueling tournament that anybody's ever had to do to win the national championship. It's too bad Michigan didn't play better during the regular season to get into it, because that would have been nice to see a rematch of the rematch and let them defend their title. But it is what it is. Frank the Tank says, don't you think that it's funny that most Detroit Lions fans know more about football than Brad Holmes? And it's like they don't even know more about football. They're just going off the list that comes off of PFF or ESPN. And They decide which guys are reaches and whatever. It doesn't take much to make a guy considered a reach. It's just, hey, I like this guy better than this guy. Oh, well, PFF had him ranked down and pick 128. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter. We like this guy better. Like Loveland out of Michigan. The Bears took him. Well, he was ranked as the third best tight end. Well, they liked him the best. Nobody cares about your list. We picked the tight end that we wanted. Oh no. Edge at 121. David Walker out of Central Arkansas.
You've had enough of that shit.
Stop it.
You've had enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
Stop it.
Stop playing with us.
Stop picking edges. We want him to fall. David Walker. Let's see who David Walker is. I want to see if he was the kind of guy that we would have wanted to get anyway. David Walker. Man, he's down a list, though. According to this. David Walker. Where are you at, buddy? 121 was where he was at. Best available. That would have put him right there in between. Yeah. It's like they're picking these later edges earlier. That's interesting. So let's see. What is his build? What do we got here, Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of edge. So I don't feel as bad about missing out on him now. For sure. He's only 6'1", 260. And it seems like we like these big guys. Dwayne Keene. Thank you, brother. Jennifer says safety at 122. Dwayne Ransom out of Ohio State. Yes, that's a great pick.
You like that? You like that?
Ohio State's defense. I mean, even in the Michigan game, they lost the game with only 13 points. I got to put a shout out to the Michigan defense. When you're talking about Graham, Mason Graham wrecked that game. There's a reason that the first two interior defensive tackles were Michigan players, because it doesn't matter how good your skill players are. It doesn't matter how good your offense is. If you can't, if you have good defensive tackles, they can wreck your game. Right there. And safety, Ransom's great safety. That's a nice value pick. Right there at pick 122. At least when it comes to this. He was the 89th overall prospect in the entire draft by PFF. And the Carolina Panthers get a steal right there. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Bucknut. Safety at 122. Frank the Tank says, I see Rick been watching this team since the 80s, brother. Go Lions. Been watching the Lions for a very long time myself. But my youth takes me back to the Barry Sanders days, 91, 90. And I grew up in an Ohio house, so I remember Cleveland Browns games, but I also remember liking the Detroit Lions and making some of my family mad. And I don't know if I became a Detroit Lion fan because just spite them, because I didn't want to follow the same team as everybody, but it was definitely solidified when they sold the Browns team. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. I feel bad for Browns fans and what they've had to endure. But then again, being a Lions fan, we've had our own share of pain. pain. You don't know what pain is. Dwayne says Steelers pick. Oh, Jack Sawyer comes off of the board. So now you guys
You like that?
can take a sigh of relief. I don't think anybody here really wanted Jack Sawyer. I know he's an edge, and I should
You've
play
had enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
because they picked
Stop
an
playing
edge
with him.
player. But I don't think that anybody in the state of Michigan wanted Jack Sawyer. I mean, you already have to put up with Talik the Freak, but I think that we're going to like that pick, guys. So I think that there is a little bit of celebrating going on right there. That pick 124 goes off of the board, and it guarantees that Jack Sawyer from Ohio State will not be a Detroit Lion. But you may end up regretting that because he is a Steeler now, and that might that just seems like the type of dude that the Steelers would get in the 4th round, doesn't it? And he's going to be awesome. But I do believe that Jack Sawyer had a lot of opportunities at Ohio State that were provided to him by good defensive tackle play, which is evident in the fact that, Talik was taken so much higher. Because if that was the case, and NFL scouts looked at Jack Sawyer and they would have, if they believed that he was the reason and he was just beating people on the edge, then he would have been taken a lot of it earlier. Rick C says a lot of Lion fans wanted Sawyer. I wouldn't have minded Sawyer, but I just didn't want to go high for him because he ain't gonna break no records in the gym or those RAS scores. It seems like the Lions value that RAS table with the athletic score, and we've been getting these freaks, but I think it's because of our coaching staff. We have a great coaching staff. We have a great way to elevate coaches too. So they're one of the reasons that I'm not worried about our coordinators, because we don't just draft and develop players. We're also developing coaches and young coaches. We sent Aaron Glenn, and then Ben Johnson goes there, right? Well, we elevated Kelvin Shepard, right? And Johnny Morton was here when the offense was made in 2022 with Ben Johnson. So one thing that the Lions really like is familiarity. We love our systems and how we do things. John Morton was a big part of that. So there was a lot of elevating. Scotty Montgomery was a very good wide receiver coach at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Comes here. He was our running backs coach, but he's going back to being a wide receivers coach. That might actually be an upgrade over Antoine Randall. Antoine Randall cut his teeth there. Now he's going to elevate up the coaching tree in his way. But people are leaving here and getting opportunities. And that's not something that Lion fan is used to, with our regime. We're used to people leaving the Lions, and that's the last you ever hear of them. You were sent to Detroit to die, or to be unalived. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the word die. So, it's faith, family, then football, guys. In that order. Thank you, everybody, for watching right now. This is day 3. This is the Villain Report. Rounds 4 through 7. Russell Wayne right here. I am the Villain. You can find me. I'm at 313 Villain on X. And I'm going to be with you through the whole draft. I'm just talking football, man. If you got any questions, comments, or concerns, just go feel free to ask away in the comments. We got Dwayne. Dwayne's in there. He's making sure that everybody knows who the next pick is. Like Edge, Baron, Sorrell out of Texas that goes to the Packers.
You like that?
You've had enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
So the Chargers are on the clock. So some edges are coming off the board. Let's see where Soren was. He was rated as the 109th prospect total. Baron Sorrell is, let's see what we know about him. 6'4", 260. Anywhere in the wide 7 technique. That's a little bit. That is not somebody that I believe that the Lions would have targeted anyway. Green Bay plays a little bit different of a defense than we do. A different style. I would think that the edge that we would pick would be a bigger guy. So if we're going to target somebody, I'm thinking, let me look at some of these guys right here that we have. The best available edge players like Braden Swinson out of LSU. He's the top rated guy. He's only 250 pounds. I don't think that we're going to target him. Now, Jared Ivey, on the other hand, that's somebody that the Lions would be looking at. He's 61 on the big board for PFF. And he has flexibility. He can play edge in a 3-4 or a 4-3, but he's a big body, 285-pound dude. Jared Ivey is. Kyle Kennard out of South Carolina, 254, 6'5", lean guy. I don't know. I don't think the Lions would target that guy, but Elijah Roberts out of SMU, 295, big boy. Right there, that might be somebody that they target, because I think that we're showing our hand a little bit which type of guys that we'd like to bring in. BYU's got a guy, Tyler Batty, that would be really good for the Lions. 285. So there's still some good edges that are left that might just continue to fall down the board. Johnny Gas Sports says, this is my favorite draft show going right now. Does that mean that you might pop in? You want to talk with the villain? The villain's got some awful opinions that I would love to share with everybody. I know draft shows are hard to do because, especially right now where there's nothing going on for the Lions anyway. We're still celebrating, and we got a little run on edges, but the cool thing is the edges that are being picked are smaller edges. I don't think that that's what we're looking for. I think if we're going to look for an edge, think about the guys that we have on our team. Josh Pascal, and if we bring Zadarius Smith back, Muhammad, like these type of guys, you're talking like 270, 6'3", 6'4". That's the body type, and they want freaks in nature. Maybe even bigger guy. You want to get 280, 285. The Lions are looking to bully teams up front. So looks like we're going to get Johnny Gaz on here in a little bit. Of course, you're always welcome on my show, brother. There are some people that always have an open door policy. Main Event Mike always has an open door for me. He can always come on this show. Greg Rice, I sent an invite out to him. Yeah, Rick says that we ain't getting one. I think that you're assuming that a lot of these guys that you might not know are these awful players, right? There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's still 12 pass rushers that are rated in the top 200 players in the entire draft, according to PFF. No, wait, 13, 14. And then there's a drop-off. But there's still 14 edges that had basically the same. When you're talking about from the second round to however long it takes for this run to go all the way down, and I'm thinking Ja Joyner out of is where the line is. Ja Joyner, 6'5", 265 out of Minnesota. He's ranked as the 205th player in the entire draft. And then there's a drop-off after that. But there's 15 guys on that, Rick. So this edge class is unbelievably deep. Dwayne says the Chargers pick is Kyle Kennard out of South Carolina. That is not somebody that we would have taken. That is I gotta go find him. Kyle Kennard. I was just looking at him. Yeah, 6'5", 254. That seems like that's too small. We need a guy. When you look at the Davenport, the Josh Pascal build, we need a powerful guy that can crush the pocket. A 250-pound edge. As the Browns take another running back in Dylan Sampson, and then that puts the Colts on the clock. But now is we're starting to get into the. We are a long way away. I mean, you are right, Rick. But what are we looking for at that pick? I think there's just so many of these edge rushers. I don't know which one of these guys that they like, or if they even like some of these top guys. But when I'm looking at these edges right here, there's quite a few that are left that are considered top 200 prospects in the entire draft. Which I think any of that is, if you're in the top 200, that's game for where the Lions are. You know, you're picking at 182. And there's a big drop-off after that, too. From the 204th ranked player, then the next ranked player at edge is like 270. You're talking about undrafted players after that. So, giant drop-off. So, thanks, Dwayne. The Browns picking Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. Running back. So, the Browns have had a very good draft considering what type of hot water they're in with all their contracts. Because if they can get enough young talent, that'd be crazy if they end up getting Shedeur Sanders late. And somebody's going to take a chance on the Shedeur Sanders, and I got a feeling that that's going to work out. Because I do think, you know, people are letting him slide, but I think that he could be good somewhere. I mean, DNA is a real thing. Dwayne Keene.
You like that?
Colts pick 127, offensive tackle Jalen Travis out of Iowa State.
You like that?
Thank you, Jennifer.
You like that?
That is not an edge rusher. Brad is addicted to draft trades. If he really wants an edge, he wouldn't have traded up in the first or second rounds. The thing is, Rick, and this is a real conversation we got to have. I am one of the people that fell victim to I want the Trey Hendrickson, I want you to trade F those picks for Myles Garrett or whoever. I'm guilty of that. And I'm not going to apologize for it because I want what I want. I wanted an edge in this draft, but as long as he keeps on making solid picks, and the one thing about Brad is it's the media that pushed the narrative that we needed an edge. And, I think we need an edge, but I'm just a dumbass with a podcast. Every time they talk with Brad Holmes, Brad Holmes gives off the vibe that we like the guys that we have here. You say we need an edge because we had injuries, right? Because that's what happened last year. We didn't have an edge problem. The edge got injured. And then the backup edge got injured. Then the backup to the backup got injured. And then we started getting into practice squad, got ugly in the middle of the season, but they still found a way to get W's despite all that. Now, these guys all came back. Now, you can just say, oh, these guys are going to be injured because they were injured. But that's lazy. It's lazy. So, like Dwayne says right here, that, I trust Brad Holmes, let Brad cook. I know it just sounds cliche, but they know more than me. Like, say you're one of those people that didn't like the Jahmyr Gibbs, one of those people that are like, oh, he's so dumb, we could have got him in the second round because PFF had him as the 44th player. So stupid. And then 2 years later, you're like, oh my God, how are we going to pay Gibbs? How are we going to keep all of these guys? It's like, it's okay. Hey, Rick, it's okay. Everybody's guilty of it at one point in time. We want what we want. But there's nothing that's better feeling than when the smartest guy in the room ends up proving you wrong again, and then you got this badass on your team. And it's like the pick that you hate the most. I'm telling you right now, the pick that Lion fans are going to complain about the most is probably going to be the pick that you like the most. We come September, October, you're not going to remember this, okay? You're not going to remember, oh, Russell Wayne said this at some stupid draft show that nobody watched. But in October, maybe you'll think of me, because remember this. In October, when Tesla comes over the middle and catches a wide open pass from Jared Goff, and he uses that 4.31 speed and scores a touchdown, just remember me. Remember the villain and this look on his face, because you're going to like this pick. You're going to like this pick. A 6'4" big X wide receiver. You're going to like this pick. Next year, when we're talking about draft, you're going to like this pick. You're not going to talk about liking this pick of a wide receiver, but what we're not going to talk about next offseason is, oh, what are we going to do at wide receiver? We got Jameson Williams and, now Tesla and Amon-Ra St. Brown as your 1, 2, 3 locked in. What we're not going to be talking about is how we're going to have to fill this need at wide receiver like we did this offseason. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal, guys. So we want what we want, but Brad Holmes knows what we need. And this is okay to bring this up too, Rick. I hate the Broderick Martin pick. And the crazy thing is Brad Holmes has had 4 full drafts now. And the only thing that people can really criticize about Brad Holmes' draft are very late picks. So let's just throw all the 7th round picks out, because they're 7th round, they're undrafted free agents almost. You got Broderick Martin. You can complain a little bit about Josh Pascal, but he's still on a team. Who else do we not like? We don't like Giovanni Manu, but you haven't given him enough time yet. We didn't like Levi, but he's kind of proven people wrong. Oh, I'm not saying you're complaining. I'm not trying to take any. I'm just kind of talking about it. It's like, I don't complain either. I like me and you are on the same page. You know, we're a little guilty of it. You know, I want what I want, but at the end of the day, I've been proven wrong enough because I do this, right? I've been proven wrong enough about Brad Holmes that I'm just kind of defaulting to the Brad Holmes because I don't want to have to come on here and say, hey, I kind of messed that take up and I was wrong, you know, about some of these players. I try to dive into it and I look at what I like about it. You know, what do I like about these picks, or why do I think that Brad Holmes thought that this was the pick? You know, and I don't like Broderick Martin, but here's the thing, Rick. Even with Broderick Martin's going into his third year. And the third year is the most common year that the Lions players start picking up steam and getting a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even giving up on Broderick Martin. So I'm sorry. I'm having a good conversation with Rick right here. And thank you, Dwayne, right here. We got Jets. The Jets, Jets taking the safety Malachi Moore out of Alabama. That's a great pick. Because that's where the value is right now. There's quite a bit of value in the secondary. It seems like, you know, if you look and you're into lists, then there have been some reaches according to PFF, especially in the running back position. So PFF rated edges a lot higher than running backs, but it doesn't seem like the GMs are seeing it that way. So GMs are taking, it seems like they're taking running backs earlier. So Saints on the clock at pick 131. At pick 131. There we go. At pick 131. Saints on the clock. That's a great. Can't go wrong. Actually, they said that was kind of a reach. They said that Malachi Moore was rated 186 overall. But that's a reach according to PFF. I was wrong. Boy, was that linebacker a reach according to PFF. Teddy Buchanan out of California for the Ravens was considered the 252nd prospect by PFF and is selected at 129. And you know what it's not? Do you know what it's not? It's not an edge rusher.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
I'm not judging Manu yet either, Rick. I get that. Manu, I think, is going to do something this year. He'll have some snaps this year. I believe it. Oh, I love it. Dwayne, here we go. Saints pick at 131 is Quincy Riley out of Louisville. And you know what he is not? He's not an edge rusher.
You like that?
Here we go. Pick 131. We are on the clock now with the Dolphins. Bears. Try it. Bears. Bears. Oh man. We're taking you all the way through the draft. It's day 3. The Villain Report is going to cover the entire draft. Rounds 4 through 7. I'm so dedicated, even with us picking at 182, which is in the 6th round. I'm here. I'm even covering 4 and 5. We've almost made it through a full round. Bears on the clock at pick 132. Let's go. Because round 5 is going to start at pick 139. So we're getting it going. The Bears. The Bears. The Bears. And you know who he's not? It's starting to catch on. It's starting to catch on. My sativa's got me feeling nice. I'm sipping on a sativa. Sipping on a sativa. All right. Oh, there we go. That's a good one too, Rick. I'm not liking the Hooker pick either at this point. He might not even be our backup this year. He has no real trade value. I don't know. There's something about Hendon Hooker with the way that they've talked about him. You know, they had Jake Fromm, State Farm. That was in there. And now they brought in Allen, but Allen, they paid him nothing. There's no guarantee. They paid him like $100,000. So I think they lit a fire under him. And I made this prediction earlier, but I'll make it here for you, Rick. I think that Hendon Hooker is going to go right into this training camp, and he's going to ball out against some second string and some third string defenses. And he's going to get everybody going, oh, wow, look at Hendon Hooker in this offseason. And I think he's going to solidify his backup spot here in the third year. And here's another guy in his third year, right? Third year Hooker on a rookie deal. And when he balls out like that, that's going to make his trade value go through the roof. He's going to make that trade value go through the roof when he balls out. And Jennifer, thank you, Jennifer. God bless you. Thanks, girl. I appreciate that. And here we are with pick 132 is linebacker Ruben Hippolyte, the polite one from Maryland. And do you know what he is not?
You like that? 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 You like that?
He's not an edge. He is not an edge. The Chiefs are on the clock at pick 133. And I love it. You know, this is so beautiful because Dwayne and Jennifer are in here. You guys are actually making these little slides for me that I would have to type out while we're going, and it just helps me. It's like you're giving me my tiles the minute that it comes in, and it's like, hey, here's the next clock. That's perfect. There you go. Nice type in there. I don't even care if you throw some jokes in there.
You like that?
Oh.
Stop playing with us.
Oh, I missed you, Jamal. I like Jamal. It's such a beautiful day today. So if you are just new to the program right here, this is the Lion Villain Report. This special coverage of the entire NFL draft. This is now going on 4-year tradition for Russell Wayne. I just enjoy spending time with people and talking football. Day 3 right here. Brought to you by our friends over there at fanatics.com. And at Fanatics, you can get your Lions hoodie. Hold on, let me get this thing right. You can get your Lions hoodie, your Lions pullover hoodie by scanning that code right there. Save up 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners at fanatics.com. You can also get WWE gear, NBA gear, MLB gear. You know, I like WWE stuff. My wife just bought a Dirty Dom shirt. If that tells you about what's going on right there. Go over to the Facebook page. The Villain Squad is on Facebook. And we are also on YouTube. That's Faith, Family, and then Football in that order. Put my faith first, even though I don't do everything that's supposed to be right. Supposedly. The villain is misunderstood sometimes. But we as Lion fans, we have earned our villain statuses. My jokes would not be appropriate for YouTube. My mother used to be a dancer. Okay, I got you. I feel you. But we're having some fun right here. We're broadcasting live into the Detroit Lions News Podcast. I'm hoping to get Joe Chapp on here. He's the ringmaster of the Detroit Lions News Podcast Facebook page. Lots of hard work. You do good work over there. See, we're freelancers. You know, it's a lot of work keeping up some of these pages. You can find the villain on Facebook and YouTube. I make all the content for that, and that's fun. All right, we got a new one in. Dale, what up, villains? Pick 133. Oh, Jennifer was first. Pick 133. Jay and Royales. Royales with cheese.
You like that?
And you know what that's not?
You like that?
That's not an edge. Oh, Broncos on the clock at pick 134. The Broncos, they're moving it right along. Jalen Royale with cheese. You got the wide receiver out of Utah State. Athletic wide receiver. I bet you he's got a Raz. He's got a Raz score. We got the Broncos. We got the Raiders, the Ravens, the Seahawks, and then finishing out the 4th round will be the San Francisco 49ers. So we're moving right through this draft. They're moving it. It's like the 4th through 7th round move how fast the draft should actually move when they're not trying to sell Alexis, you know, and talk about players that don't deserve as much, you know, TV time as they're getting. You know, I think it's amazing that Shedeur Sanders hasn't been drafted yet. I mean, I would love to have seen one of his interviews with one of these NFL teams to see what they saw, because the reports were it was the interviews, you know, the sit-down interviews that really ruined it for Shedeur Sanders. You know, you can have all the ability in the world, but you have to be able to lead a football team and represent a city. You know, that's a different level of responsibility. And, you know, he may be able to do that. But, you know, what that looks like on the outside matters. There's a certain demeanor that they like when you're leading a city, and it is what it is. I think he's going to go to a place and do very, very well. And it's, the humility check. I think that's more or less what it is. All right. Jennifer Robinson. Edge goes to at pick 134. Quay Robinson out of Alabama. Alabama, and Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas. So there we go.
You've had enough of that shit.
As promised,
You've had enough of that shit.
Dan comes in and comments
You've had enough of that shit.
about losing Alabama pass rushers. How dare you take this Alabama pass rusher? And this is a 6'5", 241-pound guy. So I am not losing sleep here. They have not taken a pass rusher in this draft yet that I think that the Lions would draft anyway. We're not drafting a 240-pound pass rusher. We're just not. They've kind of shown that. If we were going to a 3-4, we would have taken one of these 3-4 pass rushers that were in there. We've missed out on a couple of the bigger edges that had talent or whatever. Stewarts, Shamar Stewarts of the world that had that build. But I think some questions have already been answered about the Lions and just the type of player that we're looking for. We can't just go draft an edge to get an edge. That's something that Brad Holmes was talking about. You can't just go get an edge just to get an edge. Oh, we need an edge. Got to get an edge. He's high rated on PFF. We need to go get him. I have a pipe dream that's still on the board. That's in there that would be phenomenal for the Lions to pick up, and that would be Jared Ivey out of Mississippi. That's the type of guy, 6'6", 285 pounds. Having value drop that far for some reason, he keeps dropping. Elijah Roberts, 295, 6'4" edge. That seems more of the, you want a power speed guy. Raiders take defensive tackle Tonka Hemingway out of South Carolina. Thank you, Jennifer. 136, Tonka Hemingway. What do we know about him? Let's find out what we know about him. Tonka Hemingway. Let's see if it's even popped up on mine yet. There you go. Defensive interior, 288. 6'3", 288. That's kind of an undersized defensive interior. The tweener. You're finding reasons why these guys are dropping in the draft. It's like maybe this guy, what did he do? Overall grade, he's been pretty good. Played lots of snaps, run and pass rush snaps. And he has a 10% pass rushing win rate. That's an interesting pick there for the Raiders. I like that because, it's kind of been proven that getting pressure from the interior is what's up in the NFL. So the Ravens were on the clock at pick 136. But then, we have a trade between the Ravens and the Titans. Ravens coming up and getting some stuff. Like it. See, the Ravens went in and they were one of the ones to break the trend of the pass rushers. There was a big gap in the second round until, we were just looking for those other pass rushers to go. They were sitting there, and they finally came on, and they took, I believe they were the ones that took Mike Green. Let's see what we got here. The Ravens. Yeah, they broke that trend at pick 59 and took Mike Green. They took a tackle, linebacker. Wonder who they're gonna target here. They probably they got Malachi Starr. These guys, they got a good front office up there. I think they go offensive line, interior. No. Oh, Tennessee picking. There you go, 136. Hey-oh. Oh, yeah. So we got Elik Eyomanor out of Stanford. 6'2", 210-pound wide receiver, intelligent wide receiver, play strength and experience against press coverage. Ex-wide receiver out of Stanford. Unbelievable value right there. According to PFF, you're talking about the 35th overall prospect. Finally comes off of the board. And we still have, but you know what? He is not.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
He is not an edge, folks. Another not edge comes off the board. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. So you got the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. And just because I feel like changing some stuff up, let's see. New England has traded for the pick 137, and now New England is on the clock. And just because I want to, I just got to keep that fantastic mullet right there. Tate Ratledge. I mean, honestly, I have a Frank Ragnow jersey, but, I'm a fan of the trench guys first. I feel like, I got to collect my jerseys. I'm getting me a Sewell one for sure. I got me a Ragnow one, got Decker. But I'm telling you, Rey Mysterio, Dom Mysterio. I'm going to have to get me one of these jerseys. I wonder what number he's going to take. I may be one of the first people to buy a Tate Ratledge jersey. So what do you think? That's like, it's hard. It's a toss-up for me, my favorite pick for the Lions. I love Talik the Freak. But, Ratledge, that mullet, I mean, he's doing it in style. He's doing it in style. So it's hard. It's hard for me to say which one of these draft picks I like the best. Talik the Freak. Talik the Freak. He's gonna take a double team. Talik the Freak. He's gonna take the double team. He's gonna take the double team. Talik the Freak. Or is it Ratledge right here? We got the double D's in there. Mahogany and Ratledge, the double D's, the double dirt bags. You like the pick of the double dirt bags? Find the 6th round gem, and then you draft the other dirt bag in the 2nd round. And in the D, we have the double D's. You gotta love the double D's. We got the double D's in the D, the double dirt bags. Tate Ratledge and Mahogany. Little nasty to their game. I love it. Minnesota goes out, spends a bunch of money on D tackles. That's okay, because we got the double D's, the double dirt bags. Graham Glasgow better look out, man. Right now, Graham Glasgow is the right guard job to lose type of dude. Or at the left guard. I don't know where they're going to put him. But Graham or even Mahogany himself. That's a 3-way battle for 2 spots. The musical chairs hit. But eventually it's going to be Mahogany and Ratledge. The double D's. The double dirt bags. What are you going to do when the double dirt bags? Exclusively a right guard. But, I mean, how do you not like that pick? I mean, you're paying Penei Sewell a lot of money. You know? It's a lot of money to invest in the offensive line. But now, if this holds true, and you got a viable star out of Mahogany, and Mahogany's been the best offensive lineman on the field on either team in every game that he's played in, even though he's only played in like 3 games. In the short sample size, it's a very, very good sample. All right, I love it. Pats, come in. Thank you, Twain. Joshua Farmer out of Florida State, pick 137. You know what that's not? Do you know what that's not, Rick?
You like that? You like that? You like that?
That's not an edge. Pick 138, wide receiver, Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss. You know what that's not?
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
It's not an edge. We're playing this game all the way up until the Lions make their pick or trade up. But there's still some fantastic, my dream edge. That, I mean, if that could happen, that would be amazing. If we could get Ivy somehow. That feels like a great player, just the perfect build, attitude. That would be phenomenal. I think that he would be good enough. It's not Shedeur either. Man, let's throw that poll out there to see if I got everybody's attention. We're talking about Sanders, so we're going to go into the comments and we're going to write the word Sanders. And the question is, will he be drafted at all? Will any team draft Shedeur Sanders? Y for yes, N for no, after the word Sanders, so I know what we're talking about. Jennifer is believing, while she's getting her coffee, that the Lions are going to try to get into this round. And I would have to agree with that. They've made it all the way through the 4th round, so the 5th round is probably going to be a little bit cheaper to get up. They might want to get into this round a couple of times. And they're taking these lower ranked edges. So we got the Vikings taking the edge out of Georgia. Ranked is at 159 on the big board. 6'5", 280. This is actually the type of defensive end I think that we would be looking for. So this is going to get a Dan Campbell.
You've had enough of that shit.
You know,
You've had enough of that shit.
That's value leaving for the Lions.
You've had enough of that shit.
Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us.
So, that would have been nice. That's one coming off the board. Vikings, you hurt my feelings. You hurt my feelings. Dale's going with Sanders going to the Cowboys. Going to the Cowboys. They got the $60 million man over there. Why would they want to do that? But you're probably right. Jerry Jones is just that dumb. Gotta like that, though. But the Carolina Panthers on the clock. We're moving on through the draft. We're officially in round 5. Pick 39 was pick 1 in round 5. So that is the first round. Now we are at pick 2, round 5. 140. 140. So the Lions are officially 40 picks away. 182 is still a long way. But we're at the beginning of the 6th round. But the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers. What do we know about the Panthers? They've already taken an edge. They've already taken 2 edges. So, see, this is the thing. There's so many good edges, and so many edges have already been taken that it's like, I mean, maybe they take a 3rd edge, but I doubt that we're going to see the Carolina Panthers taking an edge right here. But we'll see. Cam Jackson, no. There you go. Carolina Panthers selecting a defensive tackle. Man, I'm so glad that we already selected a defensive tackle while everybody's clamoring to get defensive tackles. It's beautiful. It's nice. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Cam Jackson, you know what he's not? He's not an edge.
You like that.
Keep moving that. Trucking our way through the 5th round. Ravens on the clock. Ravens on the clock. Ravens on the clock. Ravens on the clock. The Vikings trading for backup quarterback Sam Howell. Interesting. Another young quarterback to pair with J.J. McCarthy. What does that say about J.J. McCarthy? Is he ready to go? Are they regretting letting go of Sam Darnold? And Donald Schwarzenegger. You've underestimated the powers of Sam Darnold Schwarzenegger. Come on. I can put the entire city on my back. Take my hand. Do it now. Do it now. Come on. Do it. I'm Sam Darnold. You should have believed in me. Come with me if you want to live. Who the hell is that guy? Seattle needs a quarterback. They got Darnold Schwarzenegger. What are you talking about, right? Isn't that where he went? Didn't he go to Seattle? What? 844 likes? What are you kidding? I wish I could get 844 likes. Hopefully, I get 844 likes someday. Speaking of which, if you can pop over there, I would love to see you. I would love to see you pop on over to the Villain Squad YouTube page. If you're not doing anything right now, hit that subscribe button. Help this video reach more people. This is my 4th annual draft show, and I'm not talking just draft show, just coming on and being like, hello, this is what I think about my picks. I'm talking like this is the marathon that is the draft. It's something that I take pride in, spending this time with people that love football. And I love having football conversations. And check it out. The Ravens pick 141 offensive tackle Carson Vincent.
Say hello to my little friend.
That's right. Get to the chopper. Come on. Get to the chopper. I can fix your team. Come with me if you want to live. Yeah, you're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone. The way you're talking to my guy. It's the Lion and Villain Report. It's a good show about football. It's my friend, Russell Wayne. You're talking to my guy all wrong. If you do it again, stab you in the face with a soldering iron. Lion Villain Report. Saturday mornings. It's 10 a.m. You should watch it. Could be good for you. Could be good for you. It could be good for your life. That's right. The Lion Villain Report with the villain. That's me, Russell Wayne, at 313 Villain. That's on X. You can catch more of my worthless opinions on the daily. Usually on a video with Johnny Kaz. Oh, Vikings pick 142. Damn. Vikings trading with the Seahawks, bringing the Seahawks. Seahawks trading Sam Howell to the Vikings. I don't know how that you throw in Sam Howell, but now the Seahawks are on the clock, and the Seahawks have selected a defensive tackle, Riley Milks. Riley Milks. I heard that he was lactose intolerant. That is bad. Russ, stop it. That's ridiculous. Knock it off. Riley Mills. Oh, thank you, Dwayne. I appreciate you all night, but really, that was a good bit, wasn't it? At least. Thank you, Jennifer.
You like that? You like that?
Oh, who haven't I shouted out here in a minute? Brad Holmes should have listened to me. I'm not negative. I'm realistic. You're just too afraid to talk about and say criticize Brad Holmes. I'm the one that's not afraid to talk about it. Brad Holmes has been messing up. He should have listened to me. I had my PFF rankings on mock draft 214. I got the perfect mock draft and you're not even close. Get this guy the hell out of here. Damn. You should have listened to that guy. That's what those mock drafters look like. My 7,000 mock draft. They did not pick my favorite mock draft. I have been finished. So we got Miami, who's selecting a defensive tackle, Jordan Phillips out of Maryland. That is an amazing. That is an amazing value, according to PFF, when it comes with that. Gotta check this out. What is that? Where the hell did it go? There it is. I knew it. At pick 143, the 94th overall ranked prospect, Jordan Phillips out of Maryland, goes to the Miami Dolphins. That will be considered a value pick to the pundits that are out there. They'll be going, oh my gosh, in these rankings, this man should have went in the second round, and here he is in the fifth round. What great value. What great value that was gotten by Miami on this pick of Jordan Phillips out of Maryland. 143. Yeah. Good value. Am I getting punchy? Is it punchy? Background music. You want me to pick a different one? Let's try a different one. Let's try this one. This is all just AI. AI stuff. Oh. Oh. It's like I feel like I should change my tone when I'm. Yeah, you're listening to the Lion Villain Report. Come to you straight live from the NFL Draft. Rounds 4 through 7. We're currently sitting here at pick 144. We're looking for a clear path, clear landing. As the Lions are sitting here, just waiting for an edge rusher to walk into the room to make my life have more meaning, knowing that there'll be a pass rush on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah. Sounds like some fun. Sounds like they're going to be wreaking havoc and having a little meeting, little four-way in the backfield with them on top, a QB on the bottom. Yeah, that's what we want. We want Brad Holmes come in here, use some of that capital, trade up. Oh, there it is. The Cleveland Browns have made the move. Shedeur Sanders is now at pick 144, is now officially a Cleveland Brown. Do you think that Shedeur Sanders could change the Browns? Could they change the Browns? The fortune of the Browns? Could they make it to the highest mountain? Could it be the Everest? Yes, that it is. The Browns have selected.
It's my quarterback.
Shedeur Sanders has went to the Cleveland Browns. That's an interesting place for him to go. Because the Browns arguably had one of the better moves in the first round. When they traded down 3 spots and still landed Mason Graham out of Michigan and landed an extra first round pick, extra second round pick. That looks pretty good. That's looking pretty good for them. I like it. But you know what Shedeur Sanders is? He's a quarterback. And you know what a quarterback isn't? A quarterback isn't an edge rusher.
You like that?
It isn't an edge rusher.
You like that?
Who's with me? The Eagles on the clock. The Eagles on the clock. That was a fun one. That felt pretty good right there. You like that one? I don't know how it does. I think it just does it like a shuffle. I have different that they just give you what type of music it is, right? So I usually go with the hip hop. That was actually considered hip hop, but chill, down tempo, chill hop, lo-fi, lounge, R&B, minimal, epic, cinematic. indie rock. What is that like? See if we find. Can you do better than that, indie rock? Different atmosphere, but that is under the title of indie rock. Okay, shuffle again. Let's try a different one. Rock, that's considered rock. I think I just grew up in a different time and era, but usually the hip hop has stuff that I like, because that's cheesy to me right there. Give me something hip hop. You see? I definitely like that a lot better. Already. There we go. That's all good. That's right. Jennifer says, I hope you're not getting your hopes up for this Edge. Brad works his own world, right? I get you. But I've been doing this the whole time, though.
You like that?
I mean, the Edge, according to this list that I'm looking at, the value for Edge is dropping deep on the board. And here we go again with pick 145, cornerback Mac McWilliams out of UFC. I didn't know that the UFC, in between their cage fights, they produce cornerbacks. I didn't know that. That's crazy. But the Pat's on the clock at 146. Now that he's in the toilet, he's going to have a chance to make his name to Shitdur.
It's my quarterback.
Fits better. Well, I mean, he's in a nice isolated situation there, though, Rick. I mean, you got Joe Flacco there, and then he's probably going to compete with Kenny Pickett. And looks like Kenny Pickett might end up being the odd man out, or maybe they just end up dropping Flacco. Oh, I love you guys, man. That's awesome. But we keep on picking not edges. And the Lions are just sitting there patient, man. Brad Holmes sitting in the draft room like Denzel. Brad Holmes chilling. He's chilling in there like Denzel. Just waiting, picking his shot. New England Patriots are on the clock. And they're according to the list, and who cares what the lists say, but that's a definite reach up. 256th overall prospect in Mac McWilliams. I don't know much about him. Just know that he was in the UFC. So, Lions sitting there being patient. Now we're at pick 146. Says that the San Francisco 49ers have a pick coming up, and then they have one that's forfeited. What's that all about? We'll have to see. Make some of these picks. Oh, there, finally. The 3-4 edge player. There you go. You got pick 146, Braden Swindon. This is an edge that we wouldn't have wanted. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a homer. There has been one edge that Minnesota took that we would have taken it, but this is a 6'4", 250-pound edge out of LSU. And if we are looking for an edge, we're looking for an edge. I mean, if we're thinking or trying to think like what Brad Holmes,
You like that?
does, he's looking long-term and short-term. Well, you got Davenport, Muhammad, and Pascal on the last years of their deal. And you're about to extend Hutchinson. So they will, I believe they are going to draft an edge in this draft. But I don't think it's going to look like Brady Swindon out of LSU, who's a 250-pound edge rusher that edge rushers like an outside linebacker. We don't need you to really cover. We need somebody that is going to be in the build of the defensive ends that we have on the opposite of Hutchinson right now, that everybody's eager to replace for good reason. Pascal, you're talking like a 270-pound, 280-pound guy that sets an edge but also pushes the pocket with power. That's what they're looking at. That's what Pascal is. That's what Davenport is. That's what Muhammad is. So that's the type of player that they want opposite of Hutchinson. So a 250-pound, that type of edge out of LSU, that's a good one, but that's not hurting my feelings. That is not somebody that I think is going to fit with the Lions anyway, so I consider that a victory right there. Yep. Jennifer coming in with we got Jordan James, a running back.
You like that?
Going to the 49ers on the horizon. They're saying they got to get somebody to replace McCaffrey. It ain't gonna look like that forever. So oh, there we go. Let's see. Yeah. Jordan James, man, they are like, I'm looking at the PFF rankings, right, on how they ranked the player and how and what the GMs are actually doing. The GMs are picking running backs very high that are rated high on PFF, and they're leaving out edge. Like, the edge is falling in value, but like, people are reaching to get running backs and cornerbacks for some reason. I don't know. Is this true? Did they show the Browns draft room? They're not happy about the Sanders pick? Damn. Rams take Ty Hamilton out of Ohio State. Defensive tackle. And what a defensive tackle is not, well, defensive tackle is not an edge.
You like that?
That's very nice. Very, very nice. That's exciting. That's exciting. Dallas is on the clock. And I think they've already taken an edge. That's the beautiful thing. No smiles in that room with Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, but that's where you take the chance on him. Los Angeles taking another defensive tackle, Ty Hamilton. I think that's a beautiful not edge. There's still some really nice edges on the board. I don't know if they make it all the way to the Lions, but they got a couple nice ones. Let me see how many of these are nice on there. That's a nice one there from BYU. Tyler Batty. Ahmed Hassanin from Boise State. 6'3", 271. And there's if I had to predict who I think that the Lions could get, I remembered it too because I know that they brought him in, would be Cameron Rucker. The Lions could get Cameron Rucker with this pick, and I don't know if they'd have to trade up to get him, but yeah, I could see the Lions trading up here pretty soon in this area. Because what do we got right here in the draft? We're at pick 150, so we have roughly 32 picks until our pick. So we have about a round. We'd have to trade up a full round. I think Rick, I do believe that Brad Holmes is going to trade up. Dallas pick at 149. Jadon Blue out of Texas.
You like that? You like that?
Dolphins have 2 of the next 7 picks. This draft, I like that call. I like that call, Rick. Miami's on the clock. Miami is on the clock. It's pick 150. And with the Finns having 2 picks, is this where Brad Holmes goes? Is this where Brad Holmes goes? There's some nice edge. There's 3 nice edges that I think that would be great for the Lions right now that are still available. You got Jared Ivey, edge out of Mississippi. I really, really like that. Elijah Roberts. That's out of SMU. Tyler Batty out of BYU. Kamen Rucker out of North Carolina. They actually had him in for a visit. Tyler Barron out of Miami. Miami on the clock at 150. Yeah, there's a couple of guys that I really like. I'm holding on to some hope right here. Rick was trying to make it so I wasn't feeling good earlier, saying that there's no way that those edges will be there. I'm holding on. There's 3 guys that I like. Rucker came for a visit, or they visited with him at one of the spots that they were at. It might have been a Senior Bowl thing. But I heard, and I remember putting out some content of them looking at that guy out of North Carolina being a mid-round. They were thinking of him as a 4th, 5th round type of guy. And that's where we're at. We're here getting value. That's what the Lions are looking for. Thanks, Dwayne. You've been awesome this entire process, dude. You're like my MVP. The silent Wizard of Oz for this. Pick 150. Cornerback Jason Marshall Jr. out of Florida. So that is not one of our edge players. I still have 3 nice edge players that are on my list right now that I like, really like. But I don't know why I like them other than they were rated high on this list. Kamen Rucker, 6'2", 265. Smart outside linebacker edge type. I mean, the Sam position too. The fact that Aiden Hutchinson can drop back, he can play coverage too. It's like, I don't know. I have him listed bigger than that. Rucker. I could be wrong on that. I have him listed at 6'2", 265. But at 6'2", usually the 270-pound guys are usually 6'5". So I don't know. So I have PFF Jennifer on with Rucker. So you may have different measurements than me, but PFF has him listed at 6'2", 265. But there's a couple guys in here. There are still some nice draft pieces here for the Lions to get. And we are less than a round away from the pick. Yeah, Jennifer, if he was going to play, I think that he would play Sam linebacker with us. If they were to draft Rucker, he would play Sam with us. He wouldn't fit into the mold of what I'm thinking of, like of the Jared Ivey. Those guys are a lot bigger. Like a guy like Jared Ivey or Elijah Roberts. Like Elijah Roberts is 295 pounds, according here to PFF, and Jared Ivey is 285 pounds. You know, Tyler Batty out of BYU is 275 pounds. But at 6'5", that's like a leaner 275 pounds. So the Colts taking a halfback in there. Dallas. Dallas is on the clock. Is there a more hated team than the Dallas Cowboys? Dallas is picking at 152 right now. So what did you think of the Lions picks? If you're just popping on right here, this is the Lion Villain Report. I am your host, Russell Wayne. We're carrying everybody all the way through this whole draft, covering rounds 4 through 7. Normally, I'm doing the Lion Villain Report every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. with Johnny Gaz through the off season. We'll go through all these picks that the Lions We'll probably do a special sometimes this week about these picks, how we feel about them, how we think that we're going to use them. But we appreciate you listening, being part of the coverage right here. Hate Dallas. Live broadcasting on the Detroit Lions News Podcast. Thanks, Joe Chap. The Lion Villain Squad Facebook page, Lion Villain Squad YouTube page. The Johnny Gaz YouTube page. The Lion Villain Squad Facebook page. I'm losing everybody. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a self-promoter. Trying to build a network of people that love Detroit Lions football, that will brave the entire draft. And thank you to the 14 people that actually scan those QR codes. Go Tigers. Yeah, Dwayne. Thank you for the Tiger update right there. Detroit Tigers up 3-1. No, Dallas Cowboys are by far the most hated team in the NFL. Not just NFL, but the entire all of the sports. And they take Shamar James, linebacker out of Florida, which is also not an edge player. How do you like that? Somebody help me. QR codes. Yeah, I throw in QR codes. It should come into the comments too. You should be able to use that. You can use the QR code. The QR code will take you there, but there should be in the comments that it should come up. And I apologize if it doesn't. Maybe I'm not allowed to. Maybe I'm only allowed to put up a certain amount of them. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can do that. What can I do? Can I post it? Yeah. What, is that not working, Jennifer? Or is it a technological thing? We don't like that technology. Because I think it's pretty slick that I can take my sponsors. I can take like somebody's business that would like sponsor my show, and I can say, here's a link to their business and all their information and everything that they have available to serve you with. And it's easy. I can program it in there, and I'm able to do that. You know, same thing with Fanatics. You know, people can use that code, and when people use that link to buy, you know, Detroit Lions gear, and it's all straight stuff from Fanatics, then, you know, I have a partnership with Fanatics, and every time somebody buys something, they send me a couple bucks, and you support the page by using that link. And that's what we can do for sponsorship people. You know, when we go live, we go live. My page has 4,000 people on it. Joe Chapp's page has 80,000 people on it. And, you know, whether you're watching it on the live or on the, you know, the recap, I mean, I appreciate the 1,100 people that watched yesterday's draft show while we were here just talking crap, watching the draft together. Yeah, the links work, right? Well, it comes out as both. So it's a link in the comments. And the QR code works too. So either way, whatever one you want to use. But yeah, it'll take you away from the page. You know, the one, it will take you to the YouTube page, which is different. We're gonna have different things available on the YouTube page. You know, starting in there. We got a TikTok in there, but I don't throw all of those. So Danny says the redirects for Villain Squad to Facebook and that are showing up. Is that good? The redirects for the Villain Squad on Facebook, they are showing up or not? Rivers, offensive guard. Staying on task right here. Thank you, Jennifer. Goes to the Bengals. That's also not an edge. But the links work. So, yeah, sounds to me like the links should work. So forget the QR codes or whatever. Use the things that work. I'm still getting, through on the technology and everything too. We got a tackle, 2 tackles, linebackers. We got a whole bunch of not edges going all the way up to pick 155.
You like that?
I do. Getting close. Getting closer. Okay, cool. I'm glad that's cool that the redirects work, because I want to make sure that you guys are going to the right spots. And I can see too, every time somebody clicks one of the links, I get a notification. So I know I appreciate the 21 people that actually listened and used the links and went there. It's cool. Rick says, I haven't been on Facebook in 5 years. Hey, it's not everybody's jam. I appreciate you actually more being on the YouTube page. YouTube page, I think I only have like 840 people or whatever. We're trying to get to 1,000 on there. I got 844 subscribers. And I have 64,000 people that are on the Facebook page. So a lot more people see the Facebook, but I feel like the people that are on the YouTube are like, I like the way YouTube presents it better. Anyway, we just don't have as many people on that one. Steelers on the clock at 156. No, but as far as going to the page or whatever, so on the page, I put up a bunch of, content, that picture content, graphics art. I make stuff. Okay, I'll show you. Hold on a second. I'll find it. Stuff like this. Like I make little. And this is on the Villain Squad Facebook page. I try to keep everybody up on all of the stuff. So, this is also right here, the Detroit Lions supervillains. We got 43,000 members in here. Now we have a great group of admins, include Paul Jones and Jeff Addison right here. Johnny Gaz is in there, making sure that we don't have all the spam posts in here. So you shouldn't. And if you see one, you can report it. But it gives you a chance to post and let your opinion be seen through here. But I can give you a link to that too. I thought that I had that one in there. I might put that one in there so I can throw that in our QR code too. But we have a good community of Lion fans and just people. YouTube's a lot more interactive. I like YouTube. Like, it feels like I'll get 10,000 views on a reel on Facebook, and only like 50 people will interact with that. If I have 60 views on YouTube, I usually have 60 likes. Like, it's usually a lot higher percentage of people that interact with YouTube. I like the platform better, but I just have more people on the Facebook. So if you're on the Facebook, go over to the YouTube and give it a subscribe. If you're on the YouTube, go over to the Facebook and give the page a follow. I use the Facebook more for the picture content, but I am live on there. I do all the videos. I release the videos onto there too, but it's cool. I like YouTube better. YouTube can be real picky. Facebook can be real picky on some of the things. You get emotional and you say something on Facebook, I'll send you a lot of people threatening you. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts right there. Tampa taking one of my guys.
You like that?
That's not good.
Enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
Stop taking my favorite guys.
You've had enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
I like the Elijah Roberts. Damn you. Now I got Jared Ivey. Jared Ivey's still that Dale to answer your question. And thank you for asking a question. I dig it. We're doing a draft show right here. You got any questions, comments, concerns? What did you think about our draft picks? What do you think about Talik Williams? But which edge would be worth trading up for right now? I think Jared Ivey. I think it's Jared Ivey out of Mississippi. Go up and get him. Bring him home, Brad. That's what I say. 6'6", 285. Freak. He's got freak size. He can already set an edge. So to me, it's Jared Ivey. That's my hope. That's my dream. We'll see. We'll see what happens in there. And then I just heard rumblings about Rucker somewhere. I can't even remember where I heard it from. But oh, that hurt my feelings. That was one of my guys, Jennifer. That was one of my guys. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. What's the thing is funny is I'm getting all emotional about this, and they'll probably come in and they'll pick a running back. I mean, who knows what's going on in Brad's head? But Dwayne, this one hurt my feelings. Pick 157. Elijah Roberts. Don't take my guys. Stop it. Stop taking them. Stop taking my guys. Please and thank you. The Chargers are on the clock. Chargers, wide receiver, defensive interior. They just took an edge in the last round. So they may stay away from edge. But we'll see. So we may be safe. We may be safe from edge from the San Diego Chargers. Yeah, I said San Diego. What you gonna do about it?
You like that?
Playoffs. Playoffs.
I'm hoping to get a conversation in here soon with my guy. I know that Johnny Gaz had to go to baseball practice and be a coach, teaching kids how to play baseball. I guess we can excuse that, right? Faith, family, and then football. But the Chargers are picking a wide receiver, Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn. Packers on the clock. And that's another one right there that is not, that's not an edge. That's not my edge. That's not my dream pick of Jared Ivey. Jared Ivey, come to me. I want value in this pick right here. Oh, that would be a... Come on, Brad. Jump up there. Come on, Brad. Trade up there. Make all of our dreams come true. The Cheeseheads are next. The Cheeseheads. Yep. The place is going to explode. What are the Packers going to do? What are the Packers going to do? They've been getting some mad wide receivers. Now, they just took an edge in the last round as well. So, will the Packers take another edge? Or, will they go to another position? Jennifer says that they'll have to move up to get the guy. I mean, I don't know. I know my dreams are... I know it's a long shot. I know it is, Jennifer. A man can dream. I can dream that dream. With Green Bay on the clock. We're 23 picks away, Jennifer. It just has to be 23 picks of not Jared Ivey. How close can we get? Will the Packers ruin my day again like they have so many times? Will the Packers take my selection? And Dwayne tells me that they did not. The Packers select linebacker Colin Oliver out of Oklahoma State. I'm dreaming the dream. 49ers are on the clock. Niners on the clock. Oh, I got to get my stretch on. Had that workout yesterday. Feeling the burn. Yeah. So Jared Ivey, I want him to be a Lion. He's kind of like the dream pick. I'm digging it. We're 22 picks away. Cedric says that he wants Ivey and Chris Paul Jr. Where's Chris Paul Jr. ranked on this list? I'm not seeing him even still available. Oh, that's because I have it itemized like that. Will Howard is still available. Oh, good Lord. Chris Paul Jr. Yeah, that would be something. Get both of them boys, Ivy and Chris Paul. I like that. Cedric, got to get you up on the screen for that. That's a good call. There's the dream pick. We'll get both of them, Ivy and Chris Paul Jr. 49ers pick safety, Marquise Single out of Kansas State, which is not a pass rusher. Yeah. Eagles on the clock at 161. I'm using my voodoo. I want Jared Ivey to be a Detroit Lion. It feels like it's the right time. Let's see what the Eagles have done. The Eagles, I believe, have done some stuff already. San Francisco, yep. They're just now telling me that. You guys are getting the info even faster than I am, but I can talk about it. Eagles take a linebacker, safety, defensive interior, cornerback, linebacker. This could be an edge. This could be an edge. They might take an edge right here. Those dirty birds. But they didn't. Looks like the Philadelphia is going with the linebacker, Samal Munden. Out of Smile Munden. That is not a linebacker. We dodged a bullet right there. A team that could have taken an edge. Samuel Munden. Samal Munden. Eagles going with another linebacker. Not an edge. Jets on the clock. Jets. 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 Okay, that's better. $162. We're officially 21 away from the Lions pick. And Jared Ivey is still on the board. And the Jets, what have the Jets done? Jets taking a tackle, tight end, cornerback, wide receiver, safety, and a linebacker. It doesn't list them as a need at edge. So Aaron Glenn is in the house. AG. And I don't mind him as much as I mind Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's a little closer to home, but you know, Aaron Glenn over there on the AFC, he ain't bothering me too much. I can almost kind of cheer a little bit for his success over there on the AFC. You know, obviously I can't cheer for you, you know, the one time that we play you every 4 years. It's okay. But I can kind of be like, okay, Glenn. But Ben, you dirty bird. You dirty bear. Da Bears. Da Bears. Da Bears. Start the chant. IV. 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 I like that. Let's get them. Let's get them. It's like, this is something that Rick and I were talking about a little bit earlier. And we were thinking there was no chance to get a high-end pass rusher this late in the draft. And like I told you, man, the value is falling. And it's because there were so many of these high-end pass rushers that were in there. Like, a lot of people have already gotten one. So, I mean, but the Eagles may end up taking an edge, but they play a little bit different of a defense than we do. I think that they would value some of those tweener guys that are a little bit lighter, the 250-pound pass rushers. The one with the outside linebacker skills. So what do. Excuse me for a minute. All right. So the Jets take a linebacker for Aaron Glenn and his new defense, Francisco Mauigoa. I apologize if I'm butchering these names. Just trying to keep everybody updated. So we're officially 20 picks away. Eagles actually have 2 of these picks. So where could the Lions sit in here? I can't believe Jared Ivey. Come on, crazy. Get in there. There's got to be you got to love that guy. Love a guy that I like. Make me feel smart, Brad. He's chilling there. He's got our name. He's got our name written all over him. Go get him, Brad. Bring him home. Panthers, take a pick at 163. It's a tight end. It's not Jared Ivey. Steelers are on the clock at 164. There are still some good players available. Unless all the players that PFF thought were really good suck. The tight end, Mitchell Evans, just comes across my board. Dwayne's getting the feed quicker than I am. I think Jennifer is too. But we still got some top 100 prospects still on the board, and one of them being the dream scenario of Chris Paul Jr., linebacker out of Mississippi. There's some wide receivers. Cameron Williams, tackle out of Texas, is still available. Dorian Strong, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. There's some really good players that aren't edges, but Jared Ivey is still on the board. He's actually the highest rated player on the board, according to PFF. I don't know where he's rated if you guys are watching the draft show. I'm sipping on my sativa. What are you sipping on, trying to get yourself through the rigors of the NFL draft? As we are approaching the halfway point. I might have to take, after the Lions make that pick, I might have to take a break. I might have to go grab myself something to eat. Even though I have a delicious looking muffin right here. But that's not mine. My son left that in here. Hello! Life is good. If you're feeling great out there on a Saturday afternoon, give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you love the Detroit Lions, get in those comments. Give me a hell yeah. And that's the bottom line, because Dan Campbell said so. That's right. That's right, brother. This is the Villain Report. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. How about them big chats? Hell yeah, thank you, Cedric. I appreciate you letting me know that you're here. Rick C. still in the house. Let me know if you're still here, if you're still hanging on. Keep on hanging on. Keep on hanging on. Feeling soulful with this. Keep on hanging on. Looking for an edge. Looking for an edge. Don't you dare take my edge away from me. Don't take my edge. Don't you take my edge. Don't you dare take my edge away from me. Jared Ivey. Coming to the D. Jared Ivey. Coming to the D. Jared Ivey. Coming to the D. Because Yasha Black, defensive tackle, going to Pittsburgh. But that's not my edge, Jared Ivey. I want my Jared Ivey to come to the D. So Brad Holmes can shut everybody up. I need a break. Chargers on the clock. Pick 165. I'm getting excited. I need something to get me through. There's it's like one of those guys that it's like he's sticking out right now. Jared Ivey. Coming to the D. Don't you dare take my edge away from me. I'm the villain. What is my name? It doesn't matter what your name is. Where is that at? I got that one in there.
It doesn't matter how.
Yeah. My name is Russell. Russell Wayne. I'm the villain. You can find me at 313villain. At 313villain on X. I want to put a shout out to the Huddle Sports Network, and that's got Bill the Packer fan, you got Mike the Bear fan, NSC North trash talking at its best on Roku. They got lots of good shows on there from all shapes, forms, sizes, NSC North variety. That's why we get into a little bit of trash talk, and that's why I preach the faith, family, and then football in that order. Because I love you. I love you as a person. But if you're a Packer fan, I mean, your team sucks. I have to defend my team. I have to defend my team's honor. So I can like you and not like your team. So faith, family, and football in that order. We use football to create the memories. We don't let football use us. It's as simple as that. Chargers pick another tight end. Tight end. The two out of Syracuse. Dang. On point. Is that two tight ends for the Chargers? They got a halfback, wide receiver, Trey Harris, and then interior defensive lineman, edge, a second wide receiver, and now a tight end. That's nice. Yeah, they call me the villain. The 313 villain. That's Detroit. That's Detroit. And I am so excited. You know what? We haven't had our mullet break for this hour. So we're going to have to get into it. It just has to be part of my life. The most fantastic moment. The mullet of the future. Yes. Tate Ratledge. Look at that dirtbag. We got another dirtbag. So now we got Mahogany and Ratledge. Two dirtbags. The double D's. It's the double D's in the Detroit. The double dirtbags. As we got the Tennessee pick. Up. Oops. That was a wrong drop. There we go. Oh, Tennessee picks Jackson Slater out of Sacramento State. The basketball school. He's a guard. Eagles on the clock. As I'm in hour 3 mullet appreciation mode. Hour 3 mullet appreciation mode right here. What do you think about the Tate Ratledge pick? Lions getting their guard of the future in the second round right there. Looking like an overweight Dominic Mysterio from the WWE. Tate Ratledge, the dirtbag. Right in the middle. You got the dirtbag Frank Ragnow and then another dirtbag. And you know why they play? They play like they're playing like they're dirtbags. They're dirtbags. Dwayne Keene says that the Eagles pick 168 was center Drew Kendall out of Boston College. But you know what that center is? That center is not a pass rusher. And it is not Jared Ivey. We've been waiting. We're waiting for Jared Ivey. Jared Ivey's the dream pick at this point for Lion fans around the world. He's the perfect fit. He's standing out on the board. Brad, go get him. Bring him home. Bring me some Jared Ivey. Help them understand. He can already he can defend the run. He can set an edge. It's got the achy breaky heart mullet right there. That's serious mullet. Hope he doesn't want me to sing the song Achy Breaky Heart. I don't think anybody wants anybody to sing that song. Oh, yeah. Cornerback. Ben, I'll put yours up there in a minute, Jennifer. The Bears pick 169 is cornerback Za Frazier out of Utsa. Buffalo is on the clock at pick 170. Danny, I'm going to have to agree with you. Jahmyr Gibbs, 1,000 rushing behind that guy. I like that.
You like that? You like that?
I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is so freaking talented, and and they're building the offensive line to be successful. Not just short term, but long term. I mean, you already got Penei Sewell long term, and now you have your guards long term. Good stuff. That's a far superior mullet. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, that's up there. One of the greatest. I mean, can you imagine him? If you're a WWE fan, let me know it. I mean, let me know it in the comments. If you know that this Dominic Mysterio reference is spot on. That's like a 325-pound Dominic Mysterio, Dirty Dom, the dirt bag, Dirty Dom, the dirt bag, is running down hills, and he says, "I need you to get out of the way of my running back, Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to take you down into the kneecap biting zone. And you're going to get taken to that place that you don't want to go." Right there. It's the dirt bag. Yes, Dirty Dom. Dwayne's got my back. Central Scrutinizer's got my back. That's Dirty Dom. That's 325-pound Dirty Dom. That's a big dirt bag. I love it. That's what it takes to win in those trenches, man. That's where it's won. You want to give Jared Goff a nice clean pocket to step up in. Jared Goff has got superpowers when he can take the time to process, and he processes fast too. So you just got to clean up his pocket. In the middle, we got great tackles, but he was getting pressure in the middle. When people were giving the Lions trouble, it was in the middle. Graham Glasgow did not have a good season, but we needed to get younger anyway. You can't pay every position on the line, and they needed to get younger. And man, if Brad Holmes hits on this Manu and ends up getting Manu up to snuff enough to play right tackle, move Penei over to left, and then you're really a center away from resetting that offensive line with high end. So that's Detroit. They're trading. So the okay, am I getting this? Am I going to get what I want? Or is Brad Holmes going to break my heart and take a running back right now? Detroit is on the clock. Detroit is at 171 right now. They have traded up 11 spots. They have traded up 11 spots. And would they take my player? Would they take my player? Is he going to, or is he going to hurt my feelings and take like a tight end or somebody on offense? It's not going to hurt my feelings if he takes an offensive lineman. But Jared Ivey's sitting right there. And we would say that we need an edge player and possibly the best player available on a lot of the boards, and they've been crying about it forever, would be Jared Ivey. Oh, let's see. Oh, now you're giving me a hard time. That's funny. Okay, there we go. We are on the clock. And who's it going to be? Is it a cornerback? I want Ivy. Is it going to disappoint me again? I want my guy. I'm not having anything read across what I have yet. Is it Chris Paul Jr.? I know that one has been touted out there. Jennifer saying international player. So, are we getting another Manu that I'm going to have to look up? Or are they going with a known commodity in here? They traded up. They traded up, what is that, 11 spots. So I don't know. I'm still not seeing anything come up across my board yet. Let me get my... I'll put it up on there. Oh, no, wait a minute. So Brad Holmes coming up and Jennifer saying that it's an international player. I don't know why I'm not seeing it yet. It's been a while in there. I have no idea. I'm waiting on PFF to acknowledge what pick 171 is going to be for the Detroit Lions. They got 3 players already. We got Salik Williams out of Ohio State. And It looks like we have taken Miles Frazier, guard, out of LSU. Like I said, I can't get upset. Can't get upset when the Lions are taking interior offensive linemen. Frazier's athletic ability and versatility give him a solid chance to be a swingman NFL. He has a lack of length, makes him a better fit at guard, but needs to get stronger to get a developmental guard, which we have starting guards. Let's see what else here. Frazier started his career as a left tackle, earning one of the higher grades in Conference USA at the position as a freshman in 2021, transferred to LSU, kicked inside where his athleticism made him a plus pass protector. That ability allowed him not to allow a sack in the final 20 games of his career. Athletic guard. I can't hate on it. You know, we all want an edge, right? We want what we want. I'm playing my edge game. I'm playing my edge game, and I want an edge. Lion fans want an edge, but you can't. I don't know. I can't knock taking offensive linemen. You know, you can't pay a whole bunch of offensive linemen $20 million each, you know, and stay in there contending. I mean, I'm not going to hate on a bit. I want an edge. I want an edge because I'm selfish and I don't know what the deal is. So Dwayne says that Chris Paul ends up going the very next pick to the LA Rams. So we gave up a 6th and 7th round pick to trade up 11 spots and select a guard. So what does that give us left in this draft? That doesn't mean that he won't move up and try to get more. Let's see. I think we have one more pick. Yeah, pick 230 and pick 244. Pick 196. We got pick 196 coming, guys. So we took Frazier. We packaged up some picks, but we're actually picking again at pick 196. So we are picking again here in the 6th round. So we traded into the 5th round. And we traded down in the 6th round, essentially. So we traded up. Looks like we traded up in the 5th round. What I'm looking at here in the draft. So we got 1, 2, 3 more. We got 1 pick, 2 picks. And then this pick 196. So I could see another trade up scenario. My Jared Ivey dream is not over. The Chris Paul dream. I know somebody had wanted Chris Paul. I know that your dream is over. I apologize for that. But my Jared Ivey dream is still very much alive. So say it with me, everybody. We're going to do this. We're going to have some fun with it. So we want Ivy at 196. That's right, Danny. Thank you, Denver. Deborah. I look amazing. You look amazing, too. It might be my V-Shred workout package. Jennifer's thinking about packaging again. Well, I'm glad at least it's not an international player. I got to keep that hope alive. All the Lions fans are trying to keep that hope alive. That offensive lineman had a third-round grade by via PFF anyway. 128 overall. Fourth round grade probably. Trade up in the 5th round to get him. That makes sense. Why is these edges dropping? That is the part that just is baffling to me. Denzel Burke goes to the Buckeyes. From the Buckeyes goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Seahawks. Seahawks are on the clock. Gun guy's in the house. He says, take your pants off.
You like that?
You never know what's going on underneath the camera. That's what they say, right? Oh, it's good. Dwayne's been on the updates, guys. Dwayne's on the payroll, but since we don't make any money, we're splitting zero. Well, that depends. It depends on how much we go into. Here we are, Fanatics.com, brought to you by Fanatics.com. Get yourself that fantastic Lions pullover hoodie by scanning that QR code, or you can use the link. Everybody says that the links work better. Write in the comments. Thank you for those that want to save 25% off of their order by using that link from our affiliate marketing partners at Fanatics. And then we have our Facebook page. Yeah, there you go. The Lion Villain Squad Facebook page, where you can look at some of the fantastic graphics, art, and work of highlighting all of our news, rumors, and sports right there on the Facebook page, Villain Squad Facebook page, and then the YouTube page right there. We're building that up. We would appreciate anybody that's looking at this. Hop on over, use that link, go over to the YouTube page, and hit the subscribe button. That would be awesome. I'd appreciate that. Or at least hit the like button. Go into the comments. Tell me that you're there. Say, hell yeah. That's why I have this one right there. If you love the Detroit Lions, give me a hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. What? This is the Villain Report. The coverage, the draft coverage. This is my 4th annual, covering every single hour, every single minute and second of the NFL draft. Being here live, because I just love talking football. That's where it all started. just wanting to talk football with a bunch of people that love talking football. What do you think of the draft so far? The Lions going with big men. I mean, you want to talk about it hitting the trenches? Thank you for all those hell yeahs. Yeah, give them to me, hell yeahs. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm hoping to get Johnny Gaz in here soon so we could talk about this guard a little bit. But no, this has been to me, it's been kind of like a draft of replenishing the trenches. I know that everybody likes the edges, but, we have a nice, none of the guys would stand out individually between Davenport, Pascal, and Muhammad, but in a rotation on opposite of Hutchinson. I mean, that's what they had. It was definitely working last year when Hutchinson was in. I mean, I think what they're saying, at least, like, even if we do get an edge player, they bring in Ivy. Ivy's still got to beat out Pascal and Muhammad on the depth chart. And Seattle takes a tight end. So cornerback, tight end, Jared Ivey. My hopes and dreams are still alive. 196. I mean, we're back into almost 20 picks away again. I mean, what's another 20 picks? But he does have 2 7th-round picks. He could use them to get up into once we get into the 6th round at 177 with the Buffalo Bills. There you go. Dwayne. Jets pick 176, edge. Tyler Barron out of Miami. It's another edge off the board, but it's not my edge that I like. My hope, my dreams of Jared Ivey are still very much alive. And what do we got as far as edge left anyway? The big board here. The big booty board. Mama said the draft was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Well, we're going to get Buffalo on the clock at 177. But here's a list of the edges right here that are still available. And there's still some good ones. I mean, according to the PFF, Jared Ivey still taken. Can't believe he's down this far. And even Tyler Beatty, BYU, Tyler Barron, edge out of Miami, gone. He gone.
Say hello to my little friend.
What did we give up in that trade? We did some swapping. Like we went down in the 6th to get up in the 5th. So Brad can get an edge after the draft. That is the truth, man. It keeps going like this. Jennifer's like, Jennifer, don't shot on my dreams. You know why I want an edge for y'all. I want an edge. I want an edge for y'all. And not you specifically, somebody that don't take it personally. I am not talking to anybody individually. I am just talking to all of the people that come into my comments and tell me that I'm a homer and tell me what Brad is doing wrong and all these things. And I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Brad Holmes has drafted a team, year after year after year, and the team has went from 3-13-1 to 9-8 to 12-5 to 15-2. And just because you want to crucify him because he lost a playoff game, I mean, I'm trusting in what Brad is doing. So if Brad Holmes doesn't select an edge, I'm not all that hurt about it. I mean, we're a Zadarius Smith signing away from everybody shutting up about it. It's okay. I think Brad Holmes knows that he's had the Zadarius Smith insurance policy. Rick, see, you think Zadarius Smith is watching a draft and every time the Lions select not a pass rusher, he's just sitting there with cash jaw smiling? She's just sitting there chilling. I told you they wouldn't take an edge. You know they want Big Z. That's what he's telling Cash Doll right now. You know they want Big Z. Big Z's coming back to the D. Big Z is coming back to the D. When they don't select edge, that to me is what it's going to say. Big Z is coming back to the D. I mean, that's a good insurance policy, don't you think? Big Z coming back to the D. I think it is. Cedric says that Brad is stubborn and he knows everybody wants an edge, but he refuses to draft one. Yeah, he's not selecting an edge to piss you off.
You've had enough of that shit.
I don't know. That's kind of far-fetched to me. I just think that, I mean, especially you look at the two guards, right? Ratledge. Guards tend to, you're usually able to get decent guards late in drafts for that reason, because they're not valued as much as some of these other ones, right? And the Lions taking, Miles Frazier out of LSU. You're coming from, a big school, good coaching, SEC coaching. So you might have got a starting quality type of dude. This isn't like a Manu. This isn't that type of developmental. This guy is like a half a season type of developmental. But you can't have enough big men. So I can't hate on big men picks. That's where it's won. Like, if you're spending $40 million, if you're spending $40 million a year on an edge player, you're going to have to save money somewhere else. So, I mean, I know everybody wants the stud. And I know Davenport could be that guy, but you can never trust him to get through a whole season. But I'd like to see Big Z come back. I'd like that. Bill's pick 177 is cornerback Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech. You want this international player to come in here. Maybe they'll use one of the 7th round picks on that. You think so? Ravens on the clock right now. Pick 178 in the house. If you are just joining, my name is Russell Wayne. I am the villain at 313villain on X. You can join me each and every Saturday, usually at 10 a.m. with Johnny Gaz, talking Detroit Lions football, talking sports during the off season. But this is like the Super Bowl for the podcaster, right in the middle of the season, the off season. It's almost like having a game right in the middle of the off season. But I don't mind them picking these big men. You know, I think that Brad should take the best players available at all times. And I don't know why Jared Ivey is slipping. Nobody else is taking him either. I mean, Tyler Barron, you know, edge number 172 via PFF. So another edge taken off the board. So Jared Ivey is the Shedeur Sanders of edges, I guess. Let me see if there's any other egregious ones. I mean, there's still a couple good edges according to that. Tyler Beatty out of BYU. Boise State, Ahmed Hassanin. Kamian Rucker out of North Carolina. We didn't like him. It was too late. But just giving you the highest rated ones. Antoine Powell, Ryland, Virginia Tech edge. That's more of an outside linebacker type of dude. Notre Dame, RJ Obden, 6'3", 162, or 262. So, God, yeah. I think that people are right about, you know, not having to, these guys are falling. They may fall right out of the damn draft. So why not load up on the other ones that aren't going to fall out of the draft and just scoop up all the edges when they make it all the way through? Because to me, it blows my mind that Jared Ivey is still available, but other people are passing on him too. That's the thing sometimes people forget. It's like there's not been this giant run on the edges. I mean, that would be crazy, but I think that the Lions are going to score some of those edges in undrafted free agents. The way that it's looking right now, there's not been that big run. And maybe all the NFL teams are playing that strategy. They can see that everybody's playing that strategy. I mean, you can get those guys to sign rookie contracts with your teams as an undrafted free agent. That's crazy. Because there are still some nice edges as another cornerback comes off the board. Actually, double cornerback, 2 cornerbacks coming off the board. Dorian Strong was pretty high rated at 103 via PFF. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm reading. I'm sorry, I look like I'm reading because I am, Jennifer. Jennifer, I love your take, girl. Go on with it. I like it. I like it. I think that people think I'm dreaming to think that they're going to draft Jared Ivey. I mean, I'm looking at a guy and I'm like, here's an edge that's kind of like an athletic freak. That's big. That plays edge position. I mean, when I look at Jared Ivey at 6'6", 285 pounds, he could play in a 3-4 or a 4-3. He's got a great bull rush, swim move, club rip. I mean, they don't say much bad about him on via PFF. He had a 90.6 overall PFF grade from 2024 and has been pretty consistent. 68.1, 23, 13 games, and 22 with a 74.7. As Miami takes a running back, Ollie Gordon, the second, out of Oklahoma State. So, keep on keeping on. Here we go. Here we go. Moving our way. Moving our way up to pick 196. We're trying to get there. The Lions still have 3 more picks left in this draft. And 196 is the next one. And we are at pick 182. And Jared Ivey is still on the board. As the Philadelphia Eagles select a quarterback? They do. Philadelphia Eagles select Kyle McCord. A quarterback, a developmental quarterback out of Syracuse. I love this. Jennifer, I'm putting this out here for you. What can I do with this? Can I I can't do anything cool there. So Lassie Tassie, 6'9", 36 arm span. And Jennifer is calling her shot. I appreciate this in you, and I'm acknowledging you on this. You're calling your shot. This is where we're going. Lassie Tassie, because you can keep the extra guy. I get that. I'm liking that. And I get to have Johnny Gaz on now for the rest of the show, I'm hoping here. Or at least until the Lions are done picking. But welcome to the program, Johnny Gaz from Johnny Gaz Sports.
What's up, Russell? How you doing, man? I apologize. We got a weird baseball schedule today. I actually gotta head back out there in a little while here, but I wanted to jump on. I saw the pick and I started to freak out, so I wanted to talk to you about it, man.
Yep. No worries, because you were doing what? Family? What's
right.
What order is that? It's like in that order. Oh, the family comes before the football. Okay. So nothing to apologize for, man. That's awesome.
Kicking off rec league season this weekend here. It's a big weekend for us.
That's awesome.
Let's talk about this, man. So they made the move, right? They trade up again and they pick another guard. So tell me, what was your reaction? I didn't even catch your reaction on stream. What was it about?
Well, I mean, I'm on I want what I want. So I'm to me, I'm campaigning right even now as we speak for pick 196 to be Jared Ivey. Right now, he's sticking out like a sore thumb on my list of best available, and I'm just wanting him to make it all the way there. And there's a couple other edges that I would be very happy with, but then I start thinking, man, it's getting so close to the end of the draft. You might as well just pick a different position and just hope these guys come out and be UDFAs and just collect them all. Like they might. I would gather that they're probably going to bring in 3 or 4 UDFAs that are edge players because the value is falling. But guard, taking a guard. I mean, you're doing more with the interior of your offensive line. I mean, how can you not taking Miles Frazier out of LSU? He was rated way higher by PFF. It's the 128th overall prospect, getting him at 170. So you got another guy that's going to be competing in there. It's like, hey Graham, we need to clear up some cap space, and we drafted some guys that are playing for a bag of Doritos and a stick of bubble gum. So I don't know. Competition is great.
Yeah,
I think competition is.
I'm with you. Sorry to interrupt. I think for the camp that was edge. Right now, they got to be talking about throwing themselves off the ledge for the edge. But I think the problem is the Lions are just so set on taking guys that they value, and they're not going to take an edge because there's one sitting there. They're going to take the players on their board that they value, and they don't value edge here in this draft as much as a lot of the experts seem to say. And again, I'm victim to that. I said going into this draft that edge was a primary need, so I'm not changing my opinion. And the truth is, we're going to find out here in a year or two how well this strategy works out. But on the other side of the coin, if you want to flip this as positive as possible, the biggest asset for the Detroit Lions is their offensive line. Everything else is predicated off of what they do from the offensive line. We've talked about Penei Sewell's importance and potentially being the most important player, all the guys across the line that are important. If you don't reinvest in that asset, you're not going anywhere. And if you're going to ride a quarterback like Jared Goff into the future and into a Super Bowl, you have to make sure your offensive line is as stout as possible. So yes, they've drafted a lot of guards here recently, and it's hard to defend this pick for those that wanted another defender. But the truth is, look at what makes and breads the Lions butter. It's this offensive line.
Yeah, but I'm at the point where I'm not in a questioning mode here. You got Awasika that's under contract, 1-year deal. You got Colby Sorsdahl, last year of his deal. You got these players that, you just brought in this guy. Glasgow has 2 more years, but he's getting paid a lot of money. So that he's not going to be there in the next couple of years. They're probably going to cut him after this year with his salary the way that it is. You have to get younger. You can't pay Penei Sewell, $30 million a year, and then Taylor Decker $20 million a year. Pay Frank Ragnow $20 million a year. We can't just throw out $20 million contracts for everybody. You have to hit somewhere, and you have to have an offensive line that's on a rookie deal, and they need to be saving their money there, especially if they want to pay Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and Jack Campbell, and somebody might be on the way out when it comes with that. But it's a long-term, good, smart move in that way when you look at it long-term.
And let's think about it from the perspective of the injuries we had last year. Let's flip it the opposite way and say all these injuries happened defensively or on the offensive line. And then now you're scrambling for depth and to try and piece together a winner in a situation where it almost becomes impossible like it did last season with the defense. So this protects from that.
So the Pats pick a kicker.
First one, huh?
Yeah, I'm just like, I think it's the funniest thing in the world when people pick kickers in the draft. It's like, really? Like, you're telling me that your kicker problem is worse than all of the other positions, like where somebody that's going to play more than 5 plays a game, there's nothing on your team that you need more than that. Really, I've always been in the camp of if you spend a 7th round pick on a kicker, you spend too much. You just wait for one, find one, the best one in the UDFA, bring in like 4 of them, let them kick against each other. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I mean. Okay, so now you have a kicker. Oh wow. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's like, let's ask the Buffalo Bills or like the Chicago Bears on the double doink situation if they would rather have somebody different. But so there is an argument for that. But I agree with you. I don't love wasting picks on kickers if you need other positions of need. But you've seen that more and more. It seems like in recent years, this guy's taking kickers and punters in the actual draft. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, I mean, a punter, I can see, more than a kicker, because I don't know, a punter has a very, 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 very specific skill set. And I'm not saying that kickers don't, but there's a lot of kickers that can kick the shit out of the ball. And, and with NFL coaching, I think that you could take a person that can kick the shit out of the ball and then teach him the NFL ways, all the little things. And I don't know what that is. I'm not going to pretend like I do. But, when we got David Phipp, one of the best special teams coaches to come in, it's like, I wouldn't spend a draft pick on it, man. There's got to be a linebacker or a cornerback that you can develop that's got something you can take a chance on, or like what Jennifer's talking about, some international player that you can roster that you can use that pick on. But a kicker, I never liked the kicker pick. It's like in fantasy football. I don't even pick a kicker in fantasy football. I wait. And then when they reset the deal, I just go grab one in free agency. I pick all players.
Sure. It's a strategy. Yeah.
And that tip's free. When we get closer to the football season, I'll come in with more.
Dale brings up a good point. He says he thinks Decker retires at the end of the season. And I don't know if it's that quick, but there's certainly some idea that he doesn't last forever. And he's training with, one of the linemen here this past offseason?
Manu?
Yeah, he's training with Manu. So, I mean, it's like they're almost training the replacement there. So you're right. I mean, that salary falls off the deck here at some point, no pun intended. But I think that's something to think about as well.
Damn. Jennifer's on this train right here. She's on it.
Yes.
I'm on the Ivy. I've been on Jared Ivy right here. I'm pulling for it. We're at 196. I'm hoping for it. But Jennifer, Wakeman, Laki Tassi, 6'9", 36 arm span. That's crazy. That's a tight end? Or is this 2 different players here? I mean, can we draft a 17-year-old player?
How's that even possible?
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I think that she's just saying that at 17 years old, he was 6'5".
Wow. Okay.
So that's crazy. That's great. I mean, that sounds like a Brad Holmes thing, right? To take an international, because you are allowed to roster an extra player when you do that. So that is like Brad Holmes to take that extra roster spot and use it for the international player, right?
Yeah, they'll use that.
I'm not getting my edge. Jennifer, stop poo-pooing on my dreams. I want an edge. But the thing is, here I am. I'm the fan, and I want what I want, right? But that doesn't mean that all of a sudden, Will Howard goes off the board. I'll make myself shut up to say that. Will Howard goes to Pittsburgh. Interesting.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, with the Ravens on the clock. Oh, yeah. But yeah, poo-pooing on my dreams right there. Yeah, I want that edge at 196. Yeah, it'll probably happen. We'll get to 196 and I'll pick a running back. So I don't know. But I believe in what Brad's doing, and I can't fault a person for getting big men. Like if he picked another defensive tackle, instead of an edge with this next pick, I mean, I'm not gonna fault that. You win with the trenches. Ask Patrick Mahomes. Oh yeah, nice, comfortable middle pocket, right? No, you got to crunch that middle. That's how the teams beat Jared Goff. That's how you beat good quarterbacks. You need pressure from the middle. You got to move him off the spot. And once he gets off the spot, that's the edge's job, is to get the sack and clean him up. That's how it works. And that's what Hutchinson needed, a Talik Williams. Like, more than what people think. Like, when you see the Talik Williams effect, you're not going to go, oh, wow, look at what Talik Williams did. You're not going to see that. You're going to go, oh, what? Another 3-sack game out of Hutch. And why'd that happen? Well, because Talik's going to go take on two guys, whether they want to be taken on or not. I'm taking you both on. And that's what he's really good at. That's his superpower. Hey, you two, you my bitches now. And then he takes those two guys on. It's not like they're trying to block him and stop him. He initiates it. I'm taking you two on. DJ Reader teaches that style. It's like he's like the sensei of that. You have to learn how to take on two guys and then anchor yourself, because you also can't let those two guys through too if you're forcing a double team. But there's a possibility that the Lions will look at the edge need is not a need. I think that's what Brad Holmes almost said as much. Like, it's you guys are the ones that said it was a need. We're sitting on, I mean, what is the situation really with edge with us? We have Aiden Hutchinson, who's arguably a top 5 pass rusher on one side, and he'll be out there 95% of the snaps. So what we have to do is we have to cover the other side, right? And with that, we're not going to ask one person to do that. That other side is going to consist of a rotation of Marcus Davenport, Muhammad, and Josh Pascal, and probably Mekhi Wingo. I think that he could be trained as an edge.
Yes,
because he's a lighter defensive tackle. But that's what we have right now. So I mean, the people that say that what is he doing not taking an edge? Like, we have edge. We have a bunch of them. We have a bunch of guys that play edge. Ezekiel Turner actually played well at the end of last year. He's more of a Derek Barnes type of edge, but a rushing linebacker. But I don't know. Get upset if the Lions don't take an edge, especially with all of this value falling. I mean, if we get to pick 196 and Ivy isn't taken by the Lions and he isn't taken by anybody else either, what am I going to do? So it's like a 6-round pick at this point.
The 3 you just named, man. I mean, it's Pascal, Davenport, and you mentioned Derek Barnes at the end. I mean, I think there's a lot of that trifecta of players can make up a lot of the other side of this. And people forget that they're gaining back so many starters defensively. And I think what I'm seeing now is the idea is that they want pressure and clog up the middle. They want to have a combination of both. And whether that be Aleem McNeil when he comes back, and then Tyleek, or DJ Reader and Tyleek and Levi, mixing him in with one of those 3 guys. I mean, that's where you're getting sort of the mix of power, speed, and rush. And if you have a healthy Aiden Hutchinson on top of all of that, I mean, you've overworked your defensive line. People are thinking, oh, we didn't do anything. We didn't make the move. Yeah, you did. You gained back 4 or 5 players, plus the defensive player of the year, potential MVP. So it's I'm not trying to Kool-Aid this. I don't love a second guard here. I don't mind the player, and I see the bigger picture. So the future of it, I love. But would I have rather had a defensive player? Sure. But I just think in the end, people need to remember what's coming back.
That's the guy's honest truth. And I like the pick for the reason, the opposite of that, which is it solves it doesn't this pick doesn't necessarily solve a problem right now, but when you and I are having a conversation next year before the draft, we're not going to be talking about interior offensive linemen. As a matter of fact, they would be like, okay, we're not even going to really look at that. They may be looking at tackles, but we're definitely not going to be saying interior offensive linemen, because they've kind of replenished the whole interior. So when Awasika leaves and, you know, some of these 1-year deals go out the door, then you already have that boards filled. So this is more for our off-season talk next year, this pick. And I want an edge, but I'm on that boat of let him finish the job. Will Howard was the last pick. We're at pick 185. We're like 11 picks away from being on the clock again without even having to trade up.
I love it. Another kicker just came off the board.
You know what I mean? Like, really? And the beautiful thing about having so many good edge players is they're not coming off the board because they're talent. What's happening right now is a whole bunch. I mean, there's probably 30 edge players that have come off the board since the beginning of the draft, but there's still a lot of quality players left, right? But so with 30 edge already coming off the board, or however many, but a lot of them, a lot of the teams that are coming around, they've already hit edge. They already hit it. I've already hit. Some of them actually double dipped on edge already. So the guys that are left, it's like some of the teams are like, okay, well, I already got, you know, the 3 edges on my team when we drafted 2, and okay, I don't need an edge. You know, he may be really talented, like Jared Ivey. You know, not just Jared Ivey.
Does it make you feel any better if Zadarius Smith is coming back?
Well, I think that the signals that he probably could come back. But I just listed, you know, with that rotation I was just talking about. It's like, we're not asking any of those guys, like Davenport. Do you think that they can elongate Davenport's season by having him be a 30% guy, having him go out there on a rotation with, you know, Pascal and Muhammad and you know, Wingo, and, you know, with this new defensive tackle with Roy Lopez and, you know, Levi Onwuzurike. I mean, I think they just want a whole bunch of dogs that they can, you can go out there at any time and rush the passer. So, I mean, I think that there's an imaginary, like, huge need for edge. Like, I would acknowledge and say that there's a need for edge, right? But I think people think that there's like a giant gaping hole that falls into the abyss with this need of edge, and if we don't get it, life is done as we know it. And it's like, we have a lot of good edges, you know, in pass rushers. I don't know if they're pass rushing edges, but we have 3 guys that can set an edge. And he said, what's the most important thing in the press conference? Well, first thing I need you to do is set an edge. Well, Muhammad can set an edge. Pascal can set an edge. And Davenport can set an edge. Now, Davenport has a nice bull rush, and he can actually get to the passer. Pascal, he can set an edge, but he hasn't really proven that he can get at the passer too much, but he can set an edge. And that's underrated. That doesn't mean that he sucks, because he can't get to, like, if you can set an edge, that's a value, right? The pass rusher only guys, you call them one-trick ponies. And there's a couple of them that were available. And, you know, Ojulari, that's who that is. That's, people thought that we should go get him, but he's a one-trick pony. He rushes the passer. He can't set an edge.
And don't forget, too, we
Average at
talked a
best.
lot about the scheme change, not a scheme change, but scheme adjustments and the ability to remain flexible and fluid with what you do, not only up front, but in your secondary. And I think everyone was dead set on this dominant edge opposite Aiden. Well, we talk about Mekhi Wingo being a versatile piece. He can also set an edge. He's 290. He's only 6 foot, so he's smaller. But, I mean, he can get upfield and set an edge for you. So it allows versatility with all the linebackers you re-signed and brought in. You can play different schemes up front. So it's not always 4 defensive linemen with Aiden on one side and Davenport on the other with 2 defensive tackles. It's not always that look. So you have to remember that this defense is not Aaron Glenn defense anymore. It's a shift now to Kelvin Shepard. So you might see a differing defensive front on more occasions for the Lions, which would open up this idea that we didn't necessarily have to have that dominant edge on the other side.
Is there a dominant edge on the other side? It's like we don't know what our players are yet. I think a funny thing is that we do is like, do we know that Mekhi Wingo isn't the next great defensive player? Do we know that yet? Because he wore the number 11 at LSU and he had an injury last year, but this guy is a machine tackle for loss type of guy. I mean, what if the answer for this so-called problem is already on the team? You know, Pascal's going into a contract year. I understand he dropped in the second round. He didn't live up to, okay, whatever. Well, right now he's going into the final year of his contract, his rookie contract. If he doesn't play well this year, he's not going to get a big contract from here or anybody. So a lot of pressures on him. We'll see if he can rise to the occasion. But he was pretty damn good at Kentucky at what he did. And actually, his pass rushing was better from the inside than it was from the outside. But he can play edge. And Davenport was drafted in the first round. Dude just couldn't get on the field. We'll see.
We're making a good call. I like the Wingo thought, man. I mean, I think that's a guy that people kind of forgot about a little bit because of the injury history. And if you remember, if you can put yourself in the time machine and go back to week 3 against Arizona, when Davenport and Wingo were a part of this defense, when Derek Barnes was a part of this defense, remember that game specifically. The Lions started extremely slow offensively. Matter of fact, for 3 games there, they really couldn't get it going and that's a lot of reasons in my opinion, but they don't play their starters in the preseason, so then you're doing that for multiple weeks. Well, in those first 3 weeks, they struggled to move the ball. So your defense was key. And a player like Mekhi Wingo was showing that he had the athletic skills to move all about the defensive line. When he went down, man, they were bummed about that. But Aiden hadn't been injured yet and the big pieces hadn't gone out, so we didn't talk about it as much at the time. Well, I really think he's going to be a big piece to this in 25. I really do.
Oh, experiment with some stuff right there. Okay, that looks good right there. I like that. I like that background that you made.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, it kind of worked for the whole weekend, which is nice. I didn't think about it moving forward, but it works.
Yeah, when it came through there, I was like, I'll keep that the whole damn time. That looks good. That looks good. And we've had great participation from our people, from my people, especially Dwayne. Dwayne's been keeping up.
Dwayne's killing.
You know, when we have a conversation, we keep on getting not edges, not Ivy. Jennifer wants to shoot down my hopes and dreams. And what I'm actually hoping for is that we both get what we want, that they come up and get that international player, and I get Jared Ivey. I mean, it would be so fun. Oh, look at you, Jennifer. Look at that. We have breaking news.
You like that?
Tigers win
Right.
4-3.
Yeah. 6.
We like that.
You like that?
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
So the winning culture is back in the D. We're feeling it. We are feeling it. We've been through the ups and downs of this draft. My friends in the chat, you guys have carried me all the way up into the first pick that the Lions made, because that was a long time. We had to talk about a lot of other stuff first. But we went through how we felt about the picks that we've had up until this point. And I'm telling you right now, we just got over the 4-hour mark right here. So I think it's the hourly sharing right here. Hold on one second. I'm just saying how fantastic this is. How fantastic it is. And there it is, the most wonderful mullet in sports today.
That's a beautiful thing.
From our brand new second round draft pick, Tate Ratledge, right there. That is wonderful. This dude looks like a sumo Dominic Mysterio from the WWE.
He does.
Viva la raza.
That is one of the
Oh,
best.
that's so good right there. This mullet moment is brought to you by Fanatics.com. Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined the mullet moment. The Fanatics.com, where you can get that fantastic looking Lions pullover hoodie by using the link in the comments. Save up to 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners at Fanatics.com. You can even get a Dirty Dom shirt like my wife did. That was awesome. That was like one of my best birthday presents that I got. It wasn't even a birthday present for me. It was the fact that she bought a Dirty Dominic Mysterio shirt so she could wear it during WrestleMania.
That's sweet. That's dedication.
Which is it's phenomenal because there's so much deep meaning to it. Like Dirty Dom and Liv. It's an interesting combination. But yeah, that looks like a dirt bag right there. That looks like a big dirt bag.
You don't like him.
And if Mahogany, this is what I say. If Mahogany's a dirt bag, right? And Ratledge comes in, he plays with the dirt bag mentality. That would be 2 dirt bags. And then you got Frank right in the middle, and to the right and to the left, you caught a couple dirt bags, a couple double D's in the D, and double D for dirt bag.
I like it. We need more of those guys.
Yeah.
What I like even more than the mullet is the two kicks on the side right there. You know what I mean? I did that back in the early 90s. I had my mom shave the side kicks. Beautiful.
That's the racing
There it
stripes.
is. Yeah, racing stripes. Solid Joe Dirt.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Bringing them back in. Danny don't know in the house. After the draft, undrafted rookies, we're gonna get a bunch of their Tigers in front of the. Man, I don't know. I'm not gonna try to read that. My I don't have my glasses. Dwayne. The Eagles pick is in. Yep. 192 offensive tackle. It's not an edge.
You like that? You like that?
And I'm down to it because right now, like you've made us all feel dumb, Brad. You've done your due diligence. You've shown us you've shown us that we don't know anything.
Yeah.
But there is this one player, my Jared Ivey pick. My dreams are still alive, and we're at pick 192. Seahawks at 192, and there's my pick. As the Seahawks make their selection, Bryce Cabledew, Cobbledew.
Right?
That sounds good. Bryce Cobbledew. There you go. They take offensive tackle out of Kansas, but that's not an edge.
You like that?
That's not Jared Ivey.
You like that?
And right now, Jared Ivey's standing out, man. He's standing out on our stupid lists, right? Because we don't know anything. Like They were wrong about a lot. They were wrong about a lot of this with the where they had the values, or the NFL teams are letting the value of edge get these guys to sign wherever. And because I think that there's a lot of UDFAs that are going to make some rosters as edge players. Either that or the people that evaluate talent for paid subscriptions don't know what they're doing at all. And these all these running backs being taken before these edge players is crazy to me. You know,
Another running back.
guys that don't even have a drafted grade getting drafted before these edge players. As Dwayne, you got Taja Brooks out of Texas Tech. Running back. Guess what that is? That's not edge.
That's not the edge.
The Jaguars got 2 more picks before the Lions are on the clock.
We're getting there, buddy.
Before they probably select a tight end or something.
I'm going to go guard number 3.
Yeah. You know, we're the fans, right? We want what we want. You know, we wanted to feel smart and all off season, but it's like just because of what we just talked about with those 3 players that we already have, with the possibility you could even bring back Zadarius Smith, you know, you have to think that this player is going to have to make the team or try to make the team. Like, we're at this point, it might be hard to make the team. And whatever edge player that we take, even Jared Ivey, as the Jaguars take their selection, which is not Jared Ivey, Jalen McLeod out of Auburn. I wonder if he's injured or something. Bears on the clock. Chicago in front of us. Chicago. We're going to draft Quinn Ewers. That's what Rick C says. Cable do. You meant pass do. I don't know what he's talking about. IPP Solomon, 6'5" tight end. That's the call. That's Jennifer's call. She's calling her shot. I gotta give. This would be legendary. Jennifer would become a legend on the Villain Report if she calls her shot on an international player on this live feed. And that would be amazing. Ali or Al. God, I need to get my glasses. Al says that Z's probably coming back. And that's true.
I feel that, Al.
Yep, he's hanging out with Cash Doll right now, laughing at every pick that's not an edge. Because he knows Brad's going to get on the phone and be like Denzel, all right, Z.
Lions are up, baby.
Yep. We're on the clock after take. So we have my dream scenario on the clock.
He's there. He's there.
He's there.
I'll be honest, if they got him, I feel really good about this draft. Like, the whole thing just kind of flips in my mind if they get him right here. It'd be nice.
Yeah, but the chances are they're probably just going to go in a different direction and take a different player. But I'm good with whatever, you know, like under the scenarios that we were just talking about. If you just add Big Z to what we have right now, that changes your mind too, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it definitely would. Absolutely.
Yeah. So what are we talking about here? We're looking at these players. You get 2 guards that might be the guards of the future. Maybe, they cross-train these guys. Maybe one of these guards, Ratledge or whatever. I thought Ratledge one of those guys had center experience. So, one of these might be a replacement for Ragnow too.
The pick is in. Here we go.
So we got the pick being in and make my dreams come true, Brad Holmes. Could you make it Jared Ivey for me? That would be awesome. That would, I mean, if we pick a center, I'm not going to be upset with that either. You're not going to make, if you give me defensive interior or offensive linemen, or it's I'm good, man. You keep on building the trenches. You're making the villain happy. I'm going to go out and get me a Ratledge jersey because I want to have a jersey of a dirtbag.
You got to have that.
I need a dirtbag jersey. We need more dirtbags. We need to be able to pay. We need to be able to keep Penei Sewell here for a long time. That means that we need to get offensive linemen. So you ain't going to hurt my feelings. Come on, Detroit. Do that thing.
It's gonna be
Makes me nervous. It's like being on a date on the prom. You know, knocking on the door.
Your hands are all sweaty.
Yeah. You're hoping that you don't get the something about Mary, Dad. Oh, that makes me nervous. Oh, come on. Come on, Detroit. Make my dreams come true. I mean, at least, select the edge. That would be, I think that would make all Lion fan happy.
Just everybody
If they take the edge. It doesn't have to be the one that I want. And I'm curious to see what the size measurements are going to be of an edge if he takes an edge. Oh, you have to have a haircut. Jennifer's on the international. Let's get the international. You have a haircut like that. That's right. Still on the clock.
This guy just keeps talking and talking. All right, international fan, announce the pick.
International plan. Dude, if she calls her shot, she's going to become a legend. That's all. That's all there is to it.
Stop playing with us.
Y'all, no, we're not playing. We're not playing. She becomes an instant legend. It would be one of the greatest happenings in the history of this program since it's been
They
founded.
got you an edge, brother.
No, they did. They did
Not
grab
your
an
edge,
edge.
but they got you a edge, not the edge.
Give me an edge. Make it feel good. Pick 196 is an edge. Ahmed Hassanin out of Boise State. Hassanin. What? Go ahead.
No, you're
Did
good.
I say it
know
wrong?
No, you got it. I think you're right. Ahmed Hassanin. I think you're correct.
Hassanin. Ahmed Hassanin is the pick out of Boise State.
48
That's
tackles, 15 and a half sacks. Or sorry, 15 and a half tackles for loss, 9.5 sacks. Pretty good. Pretty productive.
So let me get this in here. Oh, I am on there. Here we
Ran a
go.
4.77 40-yard dash at the combine. That's pretty quick for an edge.
There you go. Here's the quick look from 6'3", 271. That's that fits that mold that I was talking about, right? You know, for some reason people ain't taking Jared Ivey. The Brad Holmes has selected this player over that player, so I'm okay with that. And this may even fit the bill of what Jennifer's talking about, because he's from Cairo, Egypt. And maybe that'll fit the international player. But he played at Boise State.
Physical, relentless, maximum effort. That's what I keep seeing in these descriptions. So they like those kind of guys. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm a Ahmad Hassanin expert, so we're going to have to kind of go watch some tape and get into this. But undersized, maybe lacking some strength that looks like. So we'll see if he can build into becoming an edge here in the NFL.
From the PFF standards, 2022, 23, 24, it seems like he was pretty consistent. His production was consistent. Sack-wise, you know, he obviously progressed going from 3 sacks to 14 to 10, so his production remained consistent throughout. And he took pass rush and he took run defense snaps. His run defense grade is actually his best grade at 80.3 in 2024. So it's like it goes back to what Brad Holmes has said multiple times in the press conferences, which is setting the edge and being good against the run is number one, and then developing the pass rush from that that comes afterwards, because we got our specialist. And I think that we're really gonna like Talik Williams, and we're really gonna like, here we go, we got an edge that we can develop right here. So Ahmed is going to have to work his way through a depth chart that has Davenport, Muhammad, and Josh Pascal for this year. So we'll see how he does. But take a sigh. Hey, Lion fan,
everybody relax. Yeah,
all together now. We can take a sigh of relief. He got a very good value. This was supposed to be a very early third day pick right there. He was rated 129th overall prospect in the entire draft by PFF. So good value according to PFF too, regardless that they didn't take Ivy, So Ivy's still on the board. There's still a couple good ones that I would like. When you look at that, I thought I heard Kamen Rucker is somebody that we were looking at, or that we brought in for an interview.
We still got
Jennifer says
left. Oh.
Jennifer says practice squad best. I liked Ivy better. I love those type of takes right there. Like Brad got it wrong. Like he had a chance to pick Ivy and he fumbled the ball at the goal line and he took the wrong guy. Oh shit. Well, I took the one I didn't want.
I wrote the wrong name on the card.
Shoot. Ivy could have made the team. I grabbed the practice squad guy. Fuck. Took the wrong one.
No. We're going to bite the kneecap off.
Oh, man. That's funny. That's good. That's
right,
good
Greg,
stuff.
Greg's got a good point. None of these guys probably like a starting big difference maker. Unless you just somehow found the gold of the draft, which is so rare now in the later rounds. But again, I think it's a sign that the value of the player over certain people was there, and I think I would have liked Ivy there too if you're just asking me based on what I see on the screen. But
Brad for sure.
Obviously said that they like this player better, so I'll be interested to watch some tape on him and get a little more info.
Greg Rice coming in here, and I wanted to address this as you did read that right. I thought that said 24% missed tackles. And there's one thing that Kelvin Shepherd and this defense does is we work on tackling and we tackle. We tackle and we tackle. And as far as a developmental edge that's going to have to make this team, that 24% is going to get better. It's going to get better. They're going to train it. And if it doesn't get better, then yeah, I guess it's a wasted pick, and kick that can down the road. But yeah, you saw that right. Jennifer likes Ivy better. I definitely like Ivy better too. I'm looking at a list. I'm falling in love with the PFF list. Why do I like Ivy better? Because he looks better on a list. He's way higher on that list. I don't know why he's higher on that list. But Brad Holmes, when they interview people, when they talk with people, they're trying to figure out what kind of people they are outside of football, what kind of character that they have. Is this the type of person that when the going gets tough that they panic, or do they stay in the moment and get shit done anyway? So, character guy, they got their guy. They picked their guy. There's a couple guys that were rated ahead of him. as far as the lists go, Tyler Beatty, Ivy, Rucker, RJ Oben from Notre Dame, Ja Joyner from Minnesota. I mean, they had other guys that had high ratings. I mean, but it's not a big gap, right? When you're talking about those ratings, there's how many positions in football?
22. Who knows? We got 2 more picks in the 7th round too. I mean, now it's just about adding guys and taking chances and hoping to find that diamond in the rough. Who knows? Maybe they stack another edge on here at some point. Maybe they package some picks together and go up one more time. Who knows?
So, yeah, Greg says not exciting draft. We didn't get an edge.
Is that because we didn't get an edge, or is that also because do teams that win have to have exciting drafts? Like historically, does the winning teams have exciting drafts? Is this a product of we're not going for it, or is this just because we have such a dominant roster that we don't need to have an exciting draft? And I'm not saying you're wrong, Dale. You're right. There isn't a lot of splash here, but is that a good thing?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's not exciting. Offensive linemen aren't exciting. They're just necessary, right? Interior defensive linemen, they're not exciting, but they're necessary. Our only real need, keep that up there. That's a beautiful thing. Our only real need is health.
That's such a true statement.
So, that's the edge. That's the edge that they like the best. You guys would have liked Ivy better. I would have liked Ivy better because I'm looking at the list. I'm looking at the list. But you got an international player here that shot way up drafts. So it sounds like a person that was kind of under the radar, and then once people saw what he could do, it says that he lacks elite athletic traits. He looks like the ideal rotational edge, could be effective holding his own line of scrimmage. Early day 3 project. He lacks a first step. So, doesn't get a lot of high praise out of him. But, I'm looking at the stats. He's been decently consistent. He's produced. 14 and 10 sacks. That's good, right?
Yeah.
So, he's produced. So, I don't know. I don't know a lot about the player. We're talking about this is a 6th round pick, right? I'm just happy they took a damn edge. It's like, I can't wait. So we have picks 230 and then picks 244 in the 7th round. So we don't have too many exciting people. Hey, Greg Rice, I sent you a link, brother. Why don't you jump on? I'd love to have you.
I got to jump off here in a minute.
Yeah, Greg, I would love to have you come on here. Greg Rice, let's have a talk. I know that he's all like big time out in Cali, California. It's a little bit earlier out there, so it's probably nice where he's at, right during the midday. So I might not be lucky enough to get Greg Rice on here right now. But you got to get out of here.
Yeah, I gotta, like I said, we got a 2nd round here of baseball, so I gotta try to make that work. But I appreciate you, man. I love what you did. I appreciate what you're doing here. I'm serious. I'm not blowing smoke at you. This is so much work and time and preparation to do something like this. So I give you a lot of credit, Villain. I know I couldn't make this adventure. So please pat yourself on the back. This is awesome. Thank you for having me on so many times. I really appreciate you.
That's Johnny Gaz. Johnny Gaz Sports. Right there, you can find him on YouTube. Let me help you out right there. You can use that to go to his YouTube, subscribe to Johnny Gaz Sports. And we're going to be here, man. We don't mess around. This is the Villain Report draft coverage. This is my 4th year in a row under different flagship, but me, Russell Wayne, the Villain. This is my 4th year in a row covering the entire draft, being live, talking football with my friends, my peeps. Greg's got to go to work, or we talk. We come on here and talk. Oh, there he goes.
Greg's off to work. All right, brother. Listen, you hang in there. I'll check in with you later, okay?
All right. That's Johnny Gaz. Johnny Gaz Sports. Peace out. All right. Let me get this thing back up there. You still alive out there? If you're down with the Detroit Lions still, they finally got an edge. Give me a hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That's right. The Texas Rattlesnake. He don't like the Dallas Cowboys. He's too smart for that. He probably does like the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, Joe Chap. Thank you, brother. Joe Chap, Detroit Lions News Podcast. Find him on Facebook. Yeah, and the ladies, man, thank you, everybody out there helping the Villain get to 64,000. Leon Phelps here. I'm here. I'm gonna take you all the way to 70,000 here for the Lion. Thank you for acknowledging the Villain. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't believe they waited to the 6th round to draft an edge. And who is that edge? Nobody knows who that edge is. Better edges that were out there. I can't believe it. It's so stupid. My mock draft 213, I had the way better edge. I could have got Jared Ivey. You blew it, Brad. Same old Lions. I can't believe it. It's so stupid. Crazy draft day scenarios. What would Brad Holmes do? He's selecting the big men. The big men. Bring them all in. I got my hell yeah crew. I gotta do that. My central scrutinizer, Dwayne Keene, Rick, the Vikings picking 201. Kobe King out of Penn State. With the Vikings on the clock at 2:02. Practice squad always needs players. I mean, you're hoping that these players can beat out these guys, but it ain't going to be an easy make. It ain't going to be as easy to pass Josh Pascal or Muhammad or Davenport, or if they bring back Big Z. Big Z's smiling. Big Z's smiling. Knowing that we didn't take an edge and we took a developmental one in the 6th round. Jennifer could be right. This edge might not see the light of day. Even if Jared Ivey was drafted. Even if we did draft Jared Ivey. I mean, there's no guarantee that he would just come in and start. You know what I mean? And that's all good, man. It's a good problem to have. We have decent starters. I mean, we don't have that top end, but we got 3 guys that can rotate. And when Hutchinson's out there, it works. But you can't do that without Hutchinson. It's a deep team, and Hutchinson's the high-end player. It doesn't work like that. That's why I would like the idea of them bringing Zadarius Smith back. I would love to bring Zadarius Smith back at this point. But, I also want Jared Ivey. I still want Jared Ivey. Let's freaking get him too. We're not picking till pick 230. I got to take a break. I'm going to crank the music up for you here. I'm going to go grab myself a drink and get myself ready for the 7th round. You guys stay thirsty, my friends. And I'll be back with you in a minute. I'm Russell Wayne at 313 Villain. I'll be back.
You like that? You like that?
We're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to bite it. 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 We're going to bite. We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Say hello to my little friend. playing with us. You like that? You like that? You like that?
You've had enough of that shit.
Yeah, it's taking too long. Had to get some food. Got to eat something. Had to get some water. Because I'm parched. I am parched. Eagles on the clock. I can't believe Jared Ivey's still on the board. You got Tyler Batty from BYU. He was ranked 116 overall. That kind of sticks out. So there's a handful of these players that are, because we're in the 200s now. Crazy to me. Cruising right into that. Into the 7th round. I mean, we're right now creeping into 10 picks left in the 6th round. No, I'm Panthers on the clock. Pick 207. Another not Edge. Another not Jared Ivey. You think the Lions take another edge? Would that make everybody happy? God, what if they got Jared Ivey in the 7th round pick? Or he doesn't even get drafted. And don't forget they're going to have undrafted free agents too. Yeah, I'm sharing some stuff right there. There's the edge. Going straight to the Lions Villain Squad Facebook page. There's the I found the trade that they used for 171. So they're moving up and getting those guys that they want. And I don't know what everybody thinks about the picks, but I'm trying not to. I'm not trying to take my opinion into account at all when I think about it. You know, I'm looking at my lists here, and my lists, and you know, the PFF lists mashed together, and they're not even close. I mean, there's all kinds of players that are available here that, you know, prove these lists to be nothing other than a bunch of mock draft guys that, you know, trying to get the guys that they want. And what do we really know about these guys? Kind of been turned upside down, if you ask me, because these are the pros, right? They're the ones that you know, pick the things. And I know that there's, like, if you look at some of the other the other, like, ESPN or different lists, they are a little bit different than some of these, but they're all in the ballpark. As you see, Jimmy Horn, wide receiver from Colorado, ends up going in the draft right here. Let's take a look at that. And that's the, you know, PFF has that as the 239th overall prospect. A lot of people be like, "Oh, why are you reaching on the player? Why are you reaching on a player when you got Xavier?" You know, this guy. Oh, he's not big enough, right? Is he just not getting drafted because he's 5'10"? It's crazy to me. This is a 77th overall player. You're talking about a 3rd round pick, and we're going into the 7th round. Still available. Jared Ivey was, you know, slated as a 2nd round pick. Whoever picks him, it's gonna be another edge goes off the board, not named Jared Ivey. 157th overall prospect. Howie Roseman always getting it done over there. Just bringing in all kinds of defenders. The thing the Lions did before is, you know, a lot of times people fill their practice squads with all the drafts players, and the Lions filled their practice squad with a lot of the guys that were here last year. Our practice squad guys had to play. As we have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. Jennifer says mine says 5'8". God, these guys are all out of sorts. So, Antoine Pollard Ryland out of Virginia Tech. What's he look like? 6'3", 252. That looks like more of a 3-4 speed rusher. So we probably wouldn't have used that guy anyway. That's not very much of a us. They play a different style of defense in Philadelphia than we do anyway. So Jared Ivey's still in play. I've been holding on to this dream for a while, haven't I, Jennifer? Dwayne, Eagles pick at 209. Let me know what you're drinking. Let me know what you're smoking out there. What are you using to take the edge off? I've had a beautiful sativa that I've been sipping on all day. Not getting out of control. Every once in a while. Sets the mood just right, especially with this like after midnight smooth jazz sound. The sounds of the NFL draft, baby. Oh, they changed gears on us. Get that. Central Scrutinizer. Throwing some of that Big Z hope. Throw some of that Big Z hope out there. Dwayne in with the new update. There it is. The Ravens pick, defensive tackle. Anius Feebles out of Virginia Tech. Arizona on the clock at 2:10. You let me know how you feeling out there. Come on, Arizona, you're taking all day. Still moving through. We only got a couple more picks left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks left in the 6th round. And then we in the 7th round pick. We're in the middle of the 7th round. And then, both of our picks are kind of in the middle. The ones at the beginning of the middle. The beginning of the middle. But pick 211. Gosh, I've been going through these. Lions finally draft an edge. I'm looking at this, some stats of this Miles Frazier, brought to you by our friends over at the Detroit Lions News Podcast. And that does come from PFF. But you're talking about a guy that's given up 4 sacks in the SEC in his entire career from 2022, and 3 of them were in 2022. So 1 sack in 2 years. Only 1 quarterback hit. That's the type of value that we got. I mean, poo-poo on the pick all you want. I mean, overblow this mysterious need that we have at edge. Because, you know, there we drafted a guy that's going to develop. I mean, not stay on the practice squad, bro. We've proven that we can develop some picks. Everybody wants to just go to Broderick Martin and just say that's okay. It doesn't work because Broderick Martin didn't work. You can think of examples that it did work. You just paid a guy 3 years. Derek Barnes, developmental pick. Got to develop some of these picks. But the guys that we got on day 1 and 2 are guys that can contribute right away. Honestly, as much as we like Tim Patrick, I think that you're going to fall in love with this wide receiver. It's like you don't like the pick right now, and it's really funny, but in October, you're going to like the pick when 4'3", 6'4" is running down the field. It's not only what he is, it's also what he's going to have to do here and what he's expected to do. You're not expecting him to come in and be the number 1 receiver, and he's going to get all kinds of good looks. I like that. That's like the sleeper pick because it's my least favorite of the picks. But I think it's going to be the one that is going to impact the most. Tesla. It's like just where he can go. You know, we got Raymond and Tim Patrick's on the 1-year deals. He solves that 2026 problem. Like when we get into this next off season and we're having conversations about what we need, it's not going to be on the wide receiver long term no more. You're going to have this crew with a year experience. You're going to be able to let Raymond and Tim Patrick just walk, and you'll feel okay about it because your top 3 spots are all locked in. You know, going into play on the 5th-year deal with Jameson Williams too. You can decide what you want to do there too. So you're giving yourself options is what you're doing with that pick. That's why it's smarter than what people think. And this needed edge, it's like the answer may be there. It's like I'm one of those. I have a glimpse and a hope off of Josh Pascal to have his best season in year 4 in his career year on his rookie contract year as a pass rusher. You know, they asked him to play a lot of inside last year. There's so many injuries that you have a lot of these versatile players, but they're playing different spots. Pascal was one of those players. He had to play a lot out of position. But we're going into the season healthy so far. We're going to have a full healthy Hutch with a bionic leg. As we're going through right there. Ravens on the clock at 2:12. Another guard comes off the board, goes to Arizona. But what's your favorite pick so far? Leave that in the comments. Let's see who's and if you don't have a favorite pick, just give me a hell yeah in the comments, just to let me know who's still here and who's still engaged, who's still paying attention, who's your favorite pick so far, and who's the least favorite pick so far. To me, I'd have to say my favorite pick is the first pick because I love Talik the Freak. I loved him at Ohio State. That's my college team. And he wrecks stop. He wrecks shop. I like, if you like having your defenders in the backfield when the quarterback is handing the ball off, then you're going to like Talik the Freak. So it's a toss-up, though, because I like the second round pick, too, because of the mullet. And since we are in the 5th hour, it's our hourly mullet recap right there. Look at that beautiful mullet with the racing stripes. That's insane. That's ridiculous. And my least favorite pick is probably the second offensive lineman. And it's not because I don't believe in the guy or anything. Because I like the reasons they took all of the picks. I really like all of the picks. I'm not going to sit here and cry because they didn't take my edge. They picked the edge that they picked because they believe in that edge. So let's friggin' go. There you go. A cornerback, another not edge. Central Scrutinizer said both pick 1 and 2 are good. Yeah. It's hard not to like those two. I like those 2 picks, but I also think that the 3rd round pick, the wide receiver, is going to be the one that Lion fans like the most. They'll like the wide receiver because of his opportunity that he's going to have here. He has an opportunity unlike most rookie wide receivers would have, because you have 2 bona fide superstars in Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown that are going to demand coverage. And then you have Sam Laporta. They're going to have to put resources there. They're going to have to keep an eye on Jahmyr Gibbs. And this receiver, with the all-electric power Tesla, is going to be 6'4", 4.3 speed, running with none of the coverage is getting shaded to him. It's like he's going to have to polish route running. But if he's running good routes and he can catch balls that are put on him, I think he's going to have a good and probably take over wide receiver 3 duties, because he reminds me of what Tim Patrick already does, but with 4.3 speed. So, I like that pick. We can't, Rick, we can't judge any of these picks until year 3. We're not really going to judge these picks. That's why when I look at these picks, I kind of look at them in the positive light, because they were picked for a reason by this regime that knows what they're doing. And why the whys behind all of the picks all make sense. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if we go secondary here with this next pick. Like safety. And there's something about other players that come from different countries. It seems like when players come from other countries, the work ethic comes with it. Like if they made it and they're trying to make it in this country, if I can make it there, I can make it anywhere. That the effort part. So this edge that you don't like, Jennifer, I think that you're going to get good work days out of him. So you will get constant improvement out of this player because of his attitude towards, practice and improvement. And not everybody has that. It's one of the DNA things that Brad Holmes talks about, some of the things that they're looking for. Sometimes people are just looking for a guy that can run fast and, have the physical ability. But one of the prerequisites to be a Detroit Lion is to have that, workout nut, get yourself better. When Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't get drafted, he went out into his garage and caught like 400 balls from his jugs machine. That type of mentality is not every NFL player that gets drafted. And I think that's what they drafted. I mean, you got a player from Egypt. So thank you, Dwayne. Chargers pick at 214. Safety, RJ Mickens out of Clemson. I think it's about time right here to do the round robin. So you are watching the Lion Villain Report, the special draft coverage. This is my fourth time doing every single minute of the draft. I appreciate you guys sticking with me through the whole thing, especially the ones that have been making it through all of it. And broadcasting live onto the YouTube page and the Facebook page, which is both at Lions Villain Squad. I'm on X. I'm the villain. Russell Wayne at 313 Villain. Brought to you by our friends over at Fanatics. Scan the code. Get yourself one of them jerseys. Get yourself one of them hoodies. Save up to 25% off of your order by using the link. Our affiliate marketing partners over there. Dwayne is a rock star. At 215. Jennifer, I want your dreams to come true. I still want Jared Ivey. My dreams can come true too, but I got an edge, so I think my edge dreams are over. I think they go a different direction because I still think that we need a safety, depth safety to be behind Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. And I think that's going to be one of these two picks in the 7th round anyway. All right, I love seeing them QBs go. We ain't drafting no QB. Maybe we will. Wait, strike that, reverse that. How much do we believe in Hendon Hooker? Denver's up. I think the Lions believe in Hendon Hooker more than what the media is leaving on. Brad wants a project. We'll take a project. Any good good quarterbacks left? Let's go through that. That'd be kind of fun at this point. I can do that. Let me go bring that up. I'll go share this guy. Let's see what we got. These are the best available players right here. I'm making sure you guys can see that. You sure can. All right. So, from the list of people that we have left. Let's see what we have. Edgewise, obviously Ivy, second round grade by PFF, isn't even drafted yet, and we're going into the 7th round. That's crazy to me. That's got to be the biggest. That's got to be the biggest surprise right there. Who's left at QB? Quinn Ewers. I heard somebody said that. Who can I find you? Somebody said something about Ewers. That could be the pick. I know somebody said something about Ewers already. Yeah, I don't know. All of these guys, I would be good with waiting for. None of them stick out. How about wide receivers? There's a couple of these guys right there. I don't know what happened with this wide receiver. Maybe it's the size because he's short. Tej Johnson. I don't know. Detroit would go that way. Maybe tight end. A couple tight ends. Ooh, the Georgia tight end. 119 overall. Still available at tight end. 6'4", 245. All around ability. I don't know. That looks nice. Couple highly rated tight ends that are still available. Offensive tackles. A couple nice offensive tackles that are still available. Quinn Ewers. (6'2", 210). Ewers' arm talent will get him drafted, but his inconsistencies are prevalent right now. To succeed in the NFL, he's got to clean up his footwork, pocket management, post-snap diagnosis, and play under pressure. That's a lot. I don't know. What did he have? It looks like he's been pretty consistent. %65 completion. Not a huge yards per average. Looks like he's went down. He does his best work out of structure. Well, that would satisfy all of the, the people that think that we need to get a mobile quarterback. There you go. Denver picked a punter. Man, we taking some kickers now. That's such a beautiful thing. Yeah, so I like where the value is there. Tight end looks nice. How about the interior offensive lineman? There's still some good. Man, that wouldn't be a surprise to me to see them go center. Look at that. Can't believe McLaughlin is still available. It's crazy. Will Lampton. How many centers we still got in there? Jake Majors. That's crazy. They got some good offensive linemen still available. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with another offensive lineman. That's not bad. Let's see what we got here. Cornerback. Still value at Kobe Bryant. Both the cornerbacks big. That's a long one, too. He's a long corner. So it looks like there's a little bit of value at cornerback. Kobe Bryant, Melo Dotson, Zy Alexander, LSU. You see some of these guys. I mean, there's a couple long corners right there. I figured they'd drop in there 6'2". Got some big corners that are available. 6'2", 194 pounds. Big corner from LSU. That could go that direction. Safety. Sebastian Castro out of Iowa. We're officially in the 7th round. Congratulations, folks. We made it. Defensive interior, Jay Toya. Call. McLaughlin was covering from a Achilles rupture. There's a big question mark there. Sebastian Castro looks like he's kind of standing out right there as far as the ratings by PFF. Standing away. What's his deal? Sebastian Castro. 5'11", 205 pounds. Slot defender. Says he has a lack of athleticism. I think that we're looking for Raz guys. That might be the reason that he didn't go. Dan Jackson, 6'1", 195, intelligent player. Was with Kirby Smart, had good coaching. Just an okay athlete. So, smart player. Anybody stand out on the edge? Obviously, Ivy. We got 4 players that are kind of standing out here on the edge. Defensive tackle. Yeah, I like that. It's not an edge.
You like that?
Linebackers. Linebackers got picked through. Got some UDFAs available. So I don't know. Looks like we still got value there. I wouldn't be surprised. That would be crazy if they do that. But the Lions could very well go with a center with one of these picks. I don't think anybody would complain about that either. Frank Ragnow. You got to at least have a guy playing behind him. Another vote for Laki Tassi. It sounds like a taffy. Sounds like a taffy. Giants pick at 219. I mean, it's the 7th round now. I mean, to me, like every position would be up for grabs for this, wouldn't you think? I want to have every position needs to be up for grabs in the 7th round. You can take a chance on anybody. But we get a tackle. Wisconsin. Jack Nelson. Jack Nelson. Jack Nelson out of Wisconsin. As we inch closer to the first of two Lions 7th round picks.
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
I love getting these tight ends. Was that the guy? No. Got the 119th overall prospect, tight end out of Georgia. Still available. Jared Ivey. God, there's some players that PFF had rated so high that are still available. I love that we're getting all of this love for the international players. I'm feeling I want this for you. I want this for you. I want you to be able to talk about the international players. Marcus Bryant, tackle out of Missouri, is off the board, and he wasn't even rated. They're going into the undrafted pool. Yeah, Jennifer, all you need is one. All you need is one to become a legend on this program. That would make you a legend if you call out an international draft pick. If you call that out, you've been all over it for the entire broadcast. I like that.
You like that? You like that?
I mean, to me, some of the guys that are still available here, when I'm looking at the best available, my Jared Ivey dreams are still on there. Says he's a freak athlete. Mississippi's got pretty good coaching. Sebastian Castro, safety from Iowa. I wouldn't mind that. Seth McLaughlin. I can't talk. Center out of Ohio State. I mean, those are the types of players that I think that we need as far as like long-term investments. You know, we're preaching out putting in competition, right? We're filling out this roster, the 90-man roster. We picked more We picked more players than I thought we would. I didn't think that we'd use as many draft picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already 5 picks. If we pick 6 and 7, that would be surprising to me. Man, we creeping up on this Lions pick, Chris, Jennifer, Dwayne, my buddy Chris, my WrestleMania buddy. Chris Holbrook is in the house. Chris, you're going to appreciate this. I don't know if you were here for it. Are you still there, Chris Holbrook? I hope he's still there. I keep on putting this one up right there. This is one of the most fantastic mullets in the history. Got another center coming off the board right there from Jacksonville, USC. There he is. Chris, look at that. Look at that fantastic mullet right there. Doesn't our new second-round draft pick, Tate Ratledge, look like an overweight Dominic Mysterio? It's like the sumo version of Dominic Mysterio. Viva la raza! That's great. It's fantastic. That's Dirty Dom. That's the football Dirty Dom. The dirt bag. Dirty Dom, the dirt bag. Dirty Tate. That sounds nasty. Tate Ratledge. Dirty Ratledge. You dirty rat. Dirty Dom. Dirty Ratledge. Cody Lindenberg, linebacker, Minnesota, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. Ditka with the mullet. Yeah, all the prognosticators on that picked where these guys were going to get drafted and what players were going to get drafted, it just blows my mind. That, I mean, we're like 6 picks away of that actually having that pick. I've been doing this Jared Ivey chant for 3 rounds, trading up to get this player that's rated so high, and the thought that he's a few picks away. I mean, you're talking 250. We're less like 20 picks away from him going undrafted. It's got to be some kind of record or something. But Dirty Dom, I can't do the side-by-sides. I'd have to make it. But I guarantee you that I'm going to make it. I'm going to put that out on my Facebook page. For sure. Put that out on the Facebook page. Dirty Dom. Dirty Tate. Dirty Tate Rat. Dirty Rat. Dirty Ratledge. The Dirt Bag. We got the Double D's in Detroit. The Double D's are in Detroit. Mahogany and Ratledge, the Dirt Bags. Going to a city near you, opening up holes for Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. You like that. Keontae Hamilton. Out of the Rutgers, Houston's pick, Keontae Hamilton. Another player that wasn't rated by PFF. So, if you get drafted, you're guaranteed a check. Yeah, I think you get a shot. You have to get something. I don't think they can ghost you if you get drafted. They got to pay you something. Different levels, definitely. From, obviously from practice squad to, non-active roster and active roster. Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Pick 225. We're getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more players that are picking in front of us. Look at that dirty Dom. Dirty Tate. Come on, Chris. You know that. It's the football dirty Dom. You're feeling me. You're feeling me. Yeah. It's the NFL Draft Special, the Villain Report, with your boy Russell Wayne at 313 Villain, taking you through the entire draft. What do you think of the Lions draft so far? I think it seems like they've gotten some pretty good players. I can't really complain anywhere. I mean, I wanted an edge higher. I mean, I would like to get an edge that I know, but there's still an edge that I know that's still available. And I have no idea why this edge, Jared Ivey, that was graded with a second round pick, is still available. I have no idea why Arizona doesn't take him, why Pittsburgh doesn't take him, or any of these teams in front of us, and then us. It's probably going to get to us. He's still going to be there. Why isn't anybody taking this guy? Is there something that I don't know about Jared Ivey? He's been the highest rated player. On the board for 2 rounds. Actually, 2 out of 3 of the highest rated players via PFF are edge players. And Arizona takes safety out of Nevada. Steelers are on the clock. We are mere picks away from the Lions picking their 7th round pick. Chris, you want to come on the show? I'm getting excited. It's going to be fun. We got 2 picks. Pittsburgh's on the clock. 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Pittsburgh's going to be on the clock 2 times out of the next 4. It's a long day. The 7th round comes into the long day. I'm sorry if my energy is up as it was at noon. You're trying to hit golf balls while watching the show? How's that working out for you? That's crazy. We've drafted 4 linemen and a wide receiver who would have ranked 4th in the NFL in yards perception. I don't know. Did you like it? Did you like the draft so far, Chris? Jeff says it is. I'm doing work while listening. Break time now. Saving the best for last. I mean, there's still some really good players that are available right now, and it's like kind of. I mean, according to PFF, I keep on putting that disclosure on there, and it's really just looking like, you know, that these subscriptions don't know as much as they thought they knew. Linebacker. Pittsburgh grabs another linebacker that didn't have a grade. So San Francisco's on the clock. We got 3 more picks, and then the Lions are going to be on the clock. But, like, why is Jared Ivey still on the board? I mean, look at this guy. What are we even talking about here? Why wouldn't you want him? What's the deal? Physically gifted player with devastating power in his hands to hold the point of attack, stack and shed consistently. He lacks the speed in his lower body flexibility to be a threat as a 3-4 defensive end. He's so best fit inside for a 3-4 front would maximize. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why Brad ain't getting him. They don't think that he can play in a 4-3 and be a big end. You know? And here's Tyler Batty, BYU, 6'5", 275. High floor, mid-round prospect. I'd like that too. Why are these guys still available? You know, we could use a safety, Sebastian Castro. 5'11", 205. So who knows? Let's see if we got anybody new. Sorry. Another linebacker with San Francisco on the clock. We're at pick 227. It's been a long, long day. San Francisco. Come on, man. They want to go home. Pick that shot. Come on, man. Come on, man. Look here, man. So the San Francisco takes a quarterback. QB, Curtis Rourke. Can they strike lightning in a bottle twice?
You like that?
Another running back, man. Rashad Smith out of SMU. They're loving them running backs. They're still dropping that edge value. How do we not like that? That's a beautiful thing. We're totally not going to take edge. That is. I wonder what we're going to do, though. We're getting close. Got one more pick. Pittsburgh's loading up on these late round picks, man. They're filling up that practice squad. If they don't pay Purdy, that's pretty crappy. I mean, I don't know. It's business. I mean, they got a lot of good defensive players, and they want to keep that band together. I mean, Bosa's probably going to want something new here. That team's built around Steelers taking a quarterback. Detroit's on the clock. 2:30. What are we gonna do? Jared Ivey is still on the board. He's been the highest rated player for 3 rounds via PFF. I mean, you can even throw Batty in there too from BYU. Dwayne's killing it. He's got the secret feed. He's got the villain feed. It's double secret probation. He's got the secret. He's got the inside scoop. That's what happens when you got the inside scoop. The pick was in instantly. They knew who they wanted. Is this our international guy? Is this our international guy? We're looking for it. We're gonna have a new Detroit Lion. Have a new Detroit Lion. Who's it gonna be? So, yeah, there it is. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome to Detroit. Safety Dan Jackson. Out of Georgia, 6'1", 195. Got coached by Kirby Smart. 85.3 coverage grade. Didn't have a good overall grade this year, but he was good in 2023 and 2022. Had some missed tackles this year. That's probably why he slid in the draft. So, but we needed safety. He took 400 snaps, deep safety snaps. Had a 65.7 coverage grade. It looked like they liked him, and then he fell off, and then people liked him again. There you go. All right. Welcome to Detroit, Dan Jackson. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Giving the villain some credit. Got to get a safety. It's like we love some Kirby and we love some Branch, but you have to have depth. And right now there was nobody. I mean, we like Brandon Joseph, and he's a guy that's just kind of been developing on the practice squad. So now you got 4 safeties. So that is a good pick when it comes to, having, filling a long-term need. Miami picks Quinn Ewers out of Texas. There you go, Texas. Getting another quarterback. Drafting a quarterback going to Miami. All right, where are we at next? What do we got? That's a pick that people could get behind. That's a pick that people could get behind. So now we got to wait a few more picks here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Got to wait 14 more picks. Central Scrutinizer says it looks like he's a good tackler. Well, that's what you want. That's what you want out of your safeties. They're looking at some of these guys, long-term solutions. So we got pick 244. This one's towards the end of the round. So hopefully these guys start smashing picks right here and drag this out until after. They go with a marathon of 4 rounds. It's 4 rounds. Brad is an idiot. So what didn't they do, Kawach? Why is Brad an idiot? Coming in school, Brad. Tell me why. Tell me why Brad Holmes is an idiot. You gotta go deeper than that, right? Don't you? It's gotta go deeper than just Brad is an idiot. That last pick was a nice pick. We needed depth at safety. If you're going to take some shots on some developmental type of guys, then, the 7th round is where you do that. I don't know. I don't have any issues with any of the picks that they really had. Maybe they haven't picked my guy, but they didn't pick Jared Ivey when they picked the defensive end. It's like they like the different defensive end. I mean, I don't know. Holmes was built a roster that's so deep. Like, I don't know. What are we even talking about here? Team went 15-2 last year. And the only thing you can cite is a loss in a playoff game where we had 17 guys injured on defense. Oh, Russ, stop making excuses. Stop making excuses, Russ. Brad Holmes should have listened to me. You're so stupid, Brad Holmes. I'm not negative. I'm realistic. No, he's only built a team that's went from 3-13-1 to 9-8 to 12-5 to 15-2. And we can play the blame game, but what I'll do is I'll give Washington credit for beating a wounded team. When a team's down and you're in the playoffs, just get it done. That's what Washington did. I give them all the credit in the world, but that team wouldn't have beat a team that had Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Barnes, and a healthy Alex Anzalone on it. Amik Robertson went down. I'm sorry. And we're bringing back those guys. So now we're bringing back all those guys, and I'm just supposed to just act like, Hutchinson isn't going to be there, right? Because he wasn't there. The team won 15 games without Aiden Hutchinson. So now you're going to add Aiden Hutchinson to a 15-2 team. They're not going to do better than 15-2. I don't think they will. But I'm definitely not going to be going crazy. You can get a rotation going on the other side of Hutchinson. It's what Hutchinson. It's what the rest of the NFL does. I mean, and if they go out and they re-sign Zadarius Smith before training camp, then everybody that was crying about the edge rushers are just going to look dumb. Zadarius Smith is fine. We have depth behind that if you add Zadarius Smith to it. Pascal Davenport and Muhammad are fine for depth. If they roll into the season with a 3-way, and actually they have a 4-way now because they did draft a guy. So, yeah, he's an idiot. Stupid 15-2 team. It's okay. You don't have to like Brad Holmes. I ain't gonna be hard on anybody. I ain't gonna like Brad Holmes. It's dumb to not like Brad Holmes. You must not like winning. You don't like winning, do you? Oh, but they don't win when it matters. It's like they got wounded last year. Admittedly. It's not hiding behind that. I mean, if we play the Philadelphia Eagles and they're down Jalen Carter, Zach Bond and two of their top cornerbacks, do you think that the Lions are going to give a shit that they're down all those guys? Go take care of business. Good job, Washington. Good job. Got a wide receiver, Tez Johnson out of Oregon. Chris bringing up right here that we got Matthew Judon out there too. But we're not in dire straits. I mean, this pass rusher, it's not a gaping hole on this team. Do you need more pass rush help? Yeah. But you don't need to draft like 19 guys and it's this desperate type of need. You have Aiden Hutchinson. And then you got a solid rotation of just, quality NFL guys that can set an edge. And similar builds. Like you look at the type of people that we'd be looking for. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do with this last pick, man. Gets me excited. Bo Nix. Jaguars pick it. 236. That's where we're at. That's where we're at in the draft.
You like that? You like that?
We've went through the whole gambit. Been live during the whole thing. I got my Stone Cold post. It's Stone Cold time. Where you at? You got your drink. If you got your smoke, get them up in the air. If you love the Detroit Lions, give me a hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
You like that?
It doesn't matter.
Yep. I'd like to send this next song out to all of the Packer fans. I had to say the same thing about the Lions too, but at least we won the division. At least we're bulldozing through the division. Did the other teams do enough? As a Lion fan, let me ask you that. Have the other teams done enough? Did they catch us? Hell yeah. We got some people that are awake out there still. That's good. That's good. I just got another burst of energy. I was feeling it coming over me. I was thinking this was going to be 5 hours, and it's already 6. We're heading on 7. I can't believe I'm going to have to do a 6-hour. It's mullet time. How do you like that? It's our 6-hour mullet representation time. We're going to dedicate these next seconds, probably the next couple picks, to maybe the greatest mullet to ever grace the presence of the Detroit Lions offensive line. Tate Ratledge, welcome. As the Jaguars draft LaQuint Allen out of Syracuse. Oops, wrong. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Got Micah Robinson, cornerback. going to the Green Bay Packers. Idiots. What a bunch of idiots. Drafting a cornerback. Ain't even rated on anybody's radar. They're just taking guys. Was that a good pick? Micah Robinson? Oh, guess not. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. We're getting closer to our pick. They're starting to fly off now. That's good. We're getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks ahead of us. Jared Ivey's still on the board. Chilling. Tyler Beatty still on the board. Chilling. Boom. We already hit safety. Wonder what the Lions do with this pick. Yeah, I agree with you, Central. The Central Scrutinizer with that one. I think that we're going to be a better football team than we were last year, but, winning 15 games, that's crazy talk. But the team seems deep in a lot of spots when I'm looking through here. I really liked some of the picks that we had. The defensive tackle. The defensive tackle position. We're just going to keep some big dogs up there. We're going to keep some defensive linemen. Maybe we dial back on some of the skill positions. Not keep as many of those. Only keep what we need. Put some of the other ones on the practice squad. Dallas Pickett, 239. I'm still feeling the mullet. Dude, he's got racing stripes cut right into the side of that mullet. This is a grand, beautiful, voluptuous mullet. He looks like the kind of guy that I would love to have come in and install my cable. And I would trust everything. I would trust everything that kind of mullet would have. Whatever you would say. I'm sure I'll buy all the extra packages. Trust in the mullet. Christopher says, I like the Packers draft. I think the Bears may have gotten bumped off script a bit, and the Vikings seemed to completely ignore team needs. And we drafted a mullet, Chris. I do. I have a man crush. I have a man crush on the mullet. It's fantastic. I'm an offensive and defensive line fan. So this whole draft may be like nails on a chalkboard to some of you out there. Oh my God, it's so boring. And I get it, and it is. Drafting offensive linemen are boring. It's boring. But it's necessary. Denver's on the clock. We got drafted a wide receiver, Caden Prater. Oops. Hit the wrong. There we go. Sounds to me like I got a love affair with Janet Jackson. Actually, I did. So, I have I like offensive, defensive linemen. I think that's where you win the games. It might not be an exciting draft for everybody else, but when you're going to the big men, that's what's going to win you games. That's what won the Philadelphia Eagles their championship. They were deep on the defensive line. Their top two guys were great, but they also had good depth. And their good depth went out and signed $20 million contracts. So the offensive and defensive line, if you want to win the Super Bowl, you're going to need an offensive line that can stop Jalen Carter and who's the other guy over there? Jordan Davis. I mean, even losing Milton Williams, that's the team that if you're going to win the Super Bowl, you got to go through those teams, and they're building through the trenches. And I'm telling you guys, you're going to like Talik Williams. Talik the Freak. You don't like this? You don't like this draft? You don't like if you're trying to find a reason not to like Talik Williams, stop it. Talik Williams, what he does is take on double teams. That's been his job. And he can rush the passer if he's asked to do it. He wasn't asked to do it at Ohio State. He was asked to take on two guys. And I think that they're going to ask him to do that here. And if he takes on two guys, then that means that Aiden Hutchinson can be better at his job. That means our other defensive ends, like Davenport, like Muhammad and Pascal, they can be better at their jobs. So Talik makes everybody better. So that's love. I love the first three picks. I like the wide receiver pick. I think the least favorite pick out of everybody, the wide receiver, from a lot of people, that's the one that everybody's going to like the best. So I'm looking forward to it here. Here we go. Let's get on the clock. Let's get on the clock. I need to go grab myself another water. So let me crank this Soldier Boy. I got to go grab a water. I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah. Had to go get myself a water. Help me. I was parched. Denver with their pick, 241, Caleb Longer. Got two more picks. I wasn't even gone that long. Yeah, I like this call right here, Central. I also like Lopez. We're going to have a stacked defensive line crew when it comes to, like playoff football or whatever. It's deep. It's deep. We're going to have a good rotation with that many good defensive linemen. That should help with the health thing. Getting closer. Look at that. Taking a wide receiver. Konata Mumpfield out of Pittsburgh. 169th overall ranked prospect. Looking like LA getting some value in the 7th round. Yeah, the cool thing about our team, Jennifer, is that we are ready to go. We're deep at every position. And anything that we draft at this point, I mean, now that we got through the offensive line thing and we got all the way to the other side of it, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if even more offensive linemen were taken. Can always use depth. You can add that many. Get them in there, get them developing. Let Brad cook. Let Brad cook. Patiently waiting. There it is. Detroit. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. I have no idea. I'm speechless until I see it come across. Let's go. Woo! Bring them home. Who is that gonna be? Who is that? Who is that going to be? Zipik is in. Steven Broski must be busy. Nah, nobody likes me. I'm trying to become a more tolerable person. Oh, it's killing me. The suspense is killing me. On the clock. The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us.
Who should the Lions pick? Jared Ivey. Will I finally get what I want? Steve doesn't drink. Steve don't drink. Which is fine. Good job, Steve. That's amazing. It's a beautiful thing. There we go. Detroit Lions pick wide receiver Dominic Lovett out of Georgia. So let's go take a look. Let me get in here. Where'd it go? Rothschild. So I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about him. There we go. Undrafted free agent type of person. Comes out that they don't have anything from PFF on our wide receiver. So another wide receiver. I don't know. You want to draft and develop. Do you think they're planning for life without Jameson Williams? Because I honestly, I don't know anything about. I mean, 7th round wide receiver. David Lovett. Dominic Lovett. See if I can find anything on the Google. There we go. Five 5'10", 185 pounds, prospect grade. It's from NFL Network or NFL.com. Oh, hold on a minute.
He's got speed too.
I'm tired.
And love it.
There you go.
Almost made it 3
Here's
for
our
3
guy.
in sub 4.40s to start
Over
us
here so I
off.
can see.
Dominic Lovett.
He's got speed too.
And Lovett
4-4.
almost made it 3 for
40.
3 in sub 4.34. Sub
4.27
4.40s
shuttle.
to start us off.
You got something there?
He's got speed too.
And Lovett almost made it 3 for 3 in sub 4.40s to start us off.
There you go. You gotta see him. Detroit Lions
Dominic
pick,
Lovett.
He's got
728.
speed too.
And Lovett almost made it 3 for 3 in sub 4.40s to start us off. Dominic Lovett.
He's got speed too.
And Lovett almost made it 3 for 3 in sub 4.40s.
And that's pretty good acceleration right there.
Dominic Lovett.
153. That seems like that's pretty good.
And Lovett
I don't know a lot
almost
about
made
him.
it 3 for 3 in sub 4.40.
Dominic Lovett.
Sub 4.40s
Out of
to start us
Georgia.
off.
You know, he got some good coaching right there.
Dominic Lovett.
He's
Trying-
got
So
speed
there
too.
you go. Welcome to
And-
Detroit. Dominic Lovett. Love it. So there you go. Lions are done. Add another wide receiver to the mix. I wonder if he has return ability. I'll see if I can't dig up something else here on him. Do do do. Do 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 do. Oh, that's good. I gotta see that. Did that come through? That's good. Unrelated right there. From my boy Stephen Michael Menina. I'm gonna share that. That's good. That's good. Well played, Steve. I'll share you. There I am. If you haven't been over to the page yet, we got 64,000 of these crazy Lion fans on here. And we got all kinds of content that comes through here. But love to have you over there. I know I got to get busy working, putting up this all of the new guys here pretty soon. But what do you think of the new pick? Let me know in the comments. What do we got here? Punt return, trusting the process. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to dig up some stuff here on him. So in 2024, Dominic Lovett had 59 receptions, 607 yards, 6 touchdowns. No real rushing stats. He had one more rushing touchdown. Let me see if I can find some stats on punt returning or something. He had 1 in 2022. And that was it. Yeah. Doesn't really have any punt returning. I'm not doing it. Did I do it again? I did. I'm trying to show you guys what I'm seeing. Sorry about that. So I was just kind of looking at some of his stuff right here. 607 yards. I mean, it looks like he got better every year. Pretty consistent. Over 10 yards per reception. He's got the kind of wide receiver build that seems like he would be good after the catch. So, at least ESPN had something on him. So, I feel a little bit better. But I'm sorry, Jennifer, you didn't get one of your international players for this year. Maybe they can just get one as undrafted free agents. They wouldn't have to use a draft pick. That's possible. Yeah. And this right here is a great point. Because I was thinking that if they were going to get 7 picks, it's like, are all of these guys going to make the team? I mean, it's a good question. But Brad gets a D+. What? Why is Brad get a D+? Man, okay. It's fair. If you don't like the draft pick, I don't understand where arrogance comes from. I don't know where he would be arrogant because he didn't draft one of the high-end the guys that were highly touted in edge. Is that the thing here? We're at pick 249. We're about 7 picks away from being able to get every single one of those edges. My dream is still alive with Jared Ivey, just, that, or any edge at that point. I think the Lions know that they have a good opportunity here in the edge market. If you're bitches with edge, don't bitch that people didn't draft edges. I mean, I'm sorry that Brad didn't draft an edge, but maybe the edges aren't as good as what the mock drafters thought they were. Because I'm looking at this edge right here, and there are still 4, 5 top 200 players at all positions that are there that are edges. So maybe, and these guys are probably going to be gotten as undrafted free agents with some team. So we'll have to see what the Lions do with the undrafted free agent stuff. But arrogant draft. I mean, this guy went in and we have the trenches. Offensive linemen, they even double dipped. They went one more. They went one more offensive lineman than I thought they would. Just when you say they need one offensive lineman, they get 2. I mean, they drafted a younger, faster version of Tim Patrick in the 3rd round. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. They did draft an edge that they liked. And from what it looks like he appreciates that he got drafted. I love it. I like the safety pick. How can you not like the safety pick? I would like the safety. We needed edge linebacker and said, why we didn't need linebacker. Why we need linebacker? We got plenty of linebackers. We got great linebackers. We got Jack Campbell. We got Alex Anzalone. We got Malcolm Rodriguez. We got Derek Barnes. We got Grant Stewart. And we're deep at linebacker. And they did draft a safety. I mean, they addressed all the needs. They needed interior offensive linemen that can do better than Graham Glasgow was doing last year. And to compete with Mahogany. Now you have depth on the interior of your offensive line. I think that the need at edge is a little overblown. You know, would it be nice to have more players compete at that spot? But they got guys that are in there that are solid with depth. Every position is deep. I love the fact there's a whole bunch of good edge that dropped right out of the draft. And they may have done it on purpose. So I'm sticking with you all the way to the end. I hope it doesn't sound too boomy in here. I had to put the mic down. I don't have any place to sit it. But let me see. See, look at these players. Jared Ivey, Tyler Beatty. Those are two big edges that were rated really high. 3rd round draft pick out of BYU. That could be a target after the draft is over. Him or Jared Ivey. I still can't believe we have bodies, not production. I think they all had production. I mean, when you think about those guys, they're on a rotation. When Aiden Hutchinson's out there, Aiden Hutchinson's playing 90% of the snaps. So when you're talking about production, how many snaps are you getting? So a guy like Levi Onwuzurike, he may not have the high production, but how many snaps he taking? How many snaps did Josh Pascal take? And not every defensive end is supposed to be rushing the passer all the time. Sometimes defensive ends are just supposed to be setting that edge first. Our 1st round pick, Talik the Freak Williams, will help out the pass rush because of how imposing he is. And And we still got undrafted free agents. I cannot believe how many good edge players and defenders are still available and will be available after the draft is over. They're not just going to draft them all now. They've been taking guys that were off the radar for the last round and a half. So there's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more picks left. Preach it. Come on, Rick. Tell them about it. We don't know what these players are going to be. It's okay that I lost Dwayne. So, because unless the Lions trade back into the 7th round, we are done. And I'm just waiting for it to happen. 4 more picks. It's crazy to me. They're picking other edges. There they go, tight end. 2 more picks. Houston takes tight end Luke Lackey. Fadil Diggs, edge, out of Syracuse, goes to the Saints. 2 picks left, and then I'm out of here. Because I said I'd take it all to the end. All the way, baby. Yeah, I got no issues with anything that Brad Holmes did here. He addressed everything that was even lacking. We were able to find what I believe is long-term solutions at the interior offensive line. No problem with any of that. And there's some really, really good players that are left for undrafted free agents. And when the draft gets over, I'm going to go through those and see what we got left. We're at 256. And I'll get the screen up while I'm eating. Come on, San Diego.
You've had enough of that shit.
Stop taking all day. There's only 2 more picks left. Don't ruin my night. Knock it off, San Diego. I mean, LA. I mean, I don't know where the hell you want to be from, Chargers. Come on, San Diego.
You like that? You like that?
No, I don't.
You've had enough of that shit.
I'm done with it.
You've had enough of that shit.
It's the Lion Villain Report. Draft coverage. 4 through 7. We've been here for 3 days. We've done the marathon. We've put the time in. We're ready to go. Thank you, everybody that has been watching. For the last part of the segment, as soon as we go through here and they're done picking their picks, kind of want to go through. New England has traded up 1 spot. Are we really? You worried? And they take Kobe Minor. Cornerback. Is that it? Got 157 coming up. So I like the fact that the Lions were able to get a safety in the later rounds right there. We'll have to see what they can do. But that's nice. So trying to finish this thing up, take our way through what we did. Let's see what we thought. About each one of these picks. So, because it looks like that we're done, right? 256, is that it? Did they just conclude the draft? Is it finally over? Let's look at it. All right. So the Lions let's take a look and see a little look-see what we were able to accomplish from our Lion fans. Let's see what we got going on. So, what did you think of the draft? Here we are. Here we are. Let's take a look, first of all, and take a review of what we did. Get a good yay or nay on these picks right here, starting with Tariq Williams. Right here, Lions draft, Tariq Williams, 28th overall, 6'3", 327. He's a space eater. He's going to make an impact in the run defense instantly. He's going to be a a good replacement for Aleem McNeil during the big, while they're going to be missing Aleem McNeil. So Talik Williams in the first round. I love the pick. What do you think of Talik Williams in the first round? Let me know in the comments. I think he's going to help Aiden Hutchinson out a lot. He's going to take on double teams. He's going to give Aiden Hutchinson opportunities to go rush the passer. And that's going to turn into more sacks. So I love this pick, but I'm an Ohio State fan, so I love having Talik the Freak on my favorite professional football team. So I give this pick an A. Something that we needed to bolster up the defensive line. Second round. Second round, we got Tate Ratledge, the best mullet on earth. Right there, Tate Ratledge, 6'6", 320 pounds of dirt bag. Yeah, he just don't give a crap. Out of Georgia, playing in SEC. Good coaching. He's been consistent through his entire career. Only gave up 2 sacks his whole career at Georgia. Played 500 snaps, 700 snaps, 844 snaps. Got good college experience. So that's Tate Ratledge right there, guard that we get 57th overall. What do you think of that pick? Let me know in the comments what you think of Tate Ratledge. That was number 57 overall. And then we trade up from 101 to pick 70 to take Isaac TeSlaa right there. And that is a big 6'4" wide receiver, ex-receiver. We only got Tim Patrick on a 1-year deal. And this right here is what I would call the most underrated one, because everyone at this point is talking, oh, I can't believe you didn't draft an edge player at that position. And I'm telling you that in October, when you're watching this guy with 4.3 speed at 6'4" running away from DBs, you're going to like it. You're going to like it a lot, because he's going to have a really good opportunity here. I don't think he's just going to go beat the best DBs in the NFL. He's not going to have to. He's going to have to beat out the number 4, number 5 DBs, or whoever is going to be out there with their sorry selves trying to cover this 6'4" blazing fast wide receiver. He's just going to have to learn how to run good routes. So I love this pick of Isaac TeSlaa. And I think he's going to make an impact right away at pick 70. That was round 3. What do you think of the wide receiver pick in round 3? Isaac TeSlaa, let me know in the comments what you think of that draft pick. Rated on a scale of 1 to 11. Do that. You can. So that's the day 1 and day 2 picks. Let me know how you're feeling right there. Rate this. Talik Williams, scale of 1 to 11. What did you think of that pick? Tate Ratledge, guard out of Georgia, 1 to 11. How are you feeling about that pick? Isaac Tesla. 6'4" wide receiver out of Arkansas, 1-11. What do you think of that pick? And then they go back to the guard. They pick up Miles Frazier, another guard out of the SEC. So let's friggin' go. So we have bolstered some depth. And I will never knock now, I will never knock Brad Holmes for going after the trenches. So with this pick of Miles Frazier, I dig it. You know, they waited it out, and they were able to get a very nice guard, 128th overall prospect in the draft, and he doesn't have any pressure to start. He's going to get to develop and try to to win a job. But to me, I think that pick of Miles Frazier puts a lot of pressure on, you know, some of the 1-year deal guys. You know, does Awasika, is he the one that gets relegated to the practice squad? Can these guys win a spot? Can Miles Frazier win a spot on this roster to continue developers? Is he going to just be a practice squad guy as we get into some of these later round picks right here? That's a 5th round pick. Put some pressure on Colby Sorsdahl, this Miles Frazier pick. So guard at pick 171. What do you think of Miles Frazier? Can you give me a 1 to 11 grade on that? And I'm not asking you to grade the player. You know, what I'm saying is like the pick direction right there. How you feeling on that? We did get an edge. Yes. Let's talk about this edge. I'll get him in here for you. So you got Ahmed Hassanin. He's from Egypt. Played at Boise State. He's 6'3", 271 pounds. And here's what it says about him. His effort and physicality at the point of attack will lead him to be a favorite of NFL coaches. Even if he lacks elite athletic traits, he looks to be the ideal rotational edge that can be effective at holding his own at the line of scrimmage against the run as he works to add a pass rush toolbox. He will be considered an early day 3 pick, and we got him at the end. There you go. So what did Brad Holmes say was the most important thing that an edge can do? That's set an edge, and that's what it looks like this guy can do. And you got to coach pass rushing into it, right? He's going to be part of a rotation if he can get on the field, if he can get himself past Josh Pascal on the rotation, if he can get himself past Marcus Davenport, and that might just take Marcus Davenport getting injured. Can he make it past Muhammad on the depth chart to stay on the team? We talked about how deep this team was right there. So as far as getting a talent like that in the 6th round, that's nice. You know, for some reason, this Jared Ivey guy made it all the way through the draft. And we'll get into that here in a minute, too. And round 7, Donta Jackson, safety, Georgia Bulldogs. He was 212 ranked on the big PFF board. He's 6'1", 195 pounds. Intelligent player. He played under Kirby Smart, which is a very good defense. Dan Jackson. He didn't have a great PFF score this year, but in 2023 he was really good, and in 2022 he was really good. So you got a guy that fell. It looks like if he would have came out of the draft last year, where he only had 2 missed tackles, played in 11 games, had a better 72.9 grade, 80.7 grade in 2022 when they were really, really good. So here's a guy that didn't play well this year, but has played well before. So Dan Jackson out of Georgia, safety, fills a need. We needed a backup safety. Even though we got Kirby Joseph, even though we got Brian Branch, I get that. That's a boom. 1-2. That's as good as it gets in the NFL. But there was nothing behind him. Brandon Joseph is a practice squad guy. Maybe you move him up. He creates depth for you. But when it comes down to it, you needed some safety love. That might be one of my favorite sleeper picks right there, because he has a chance to impact the roster from the 7th round. And there's not many positions on the team that can do that. And then with the last pick, they picked Dominic Lovett out of Georgia as well, getting the teammates in there. And as a wide receiver, 5'10" wide receiver, I don't know a lot about him, but another guy that can compete in that wide receiver room. So with that being said, I like the draft, man. I'm sorry. Call me a homer or whatever, but I like the players that we got. And there's still a ton of really, really good players that are available, undrafted free agents, and we can take a look at those right there. Jared Ivey, this guy that I have been touting since the 4th round, that I've been beating the table for us to take, he's available to just come to the team. When you're looking at edge players, look at all these quality edge players that are just left over, man. Ja Joyner from Minnesota. Tyler Beatty. Jared Ivey. That looks nice. How about tight end wise? Looks like there's still some pretty nice players that are still available. Quarterback wise, what do we got? I don't know. Maybe nothing there. And these are the guys that are available after the draft. The 77th overall prospect, Xavier. We even didn't take him with our last pick. We took the Georgia boy. For some reason, these ranked guys are still available. So some nice wide receivers still available. Running backs. Now running backs kind of got combed through. Looks like a couple of offensive linemen, tackles that are still available. Logan Brown out of Kansas, and Brandon Crenshaw Dixon out of Florida. These are highly ranked players that are still available, at least via PFF. Lions need a center to succeed. Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State, rated as a 4th round pick. Get some players still available. Nice safety still available from Iowa. More than likely he played a year with Jack Campbell. That might be something to take a look at. He kind of stands out on that list. Defensive interior has still got some players. One player, Jared Harrison Hunt, out of SMU, was rated as 183rd best player in the nation by PFF. And this edge, this is the edge one. It's still got 4 top 200 players that are still available. At linebacker, linebackers got kind of combed through. And there you go. Still some players left, undrafted free agents. Any of those guys look interesting to you? Let me know in the comments how you feel with any of those guys. Personally, I'd like to see them pick up one of them higher profile edge players. You know, there's some nice players that are selling there. It's interesting to see where some of these players are going to go. That right there is going to wrap up what I was doing right here with the NFL Draft Show. I hope that you enjoyed what was going on right here. Be sure to join me every Saturday morning live, Villain Report with Johnny Gaz. We're probably going to do a special one this week. I think I'm going to do a special one on Monday, going through all this stuff. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow morning and kind of review everything that's went on, including the undrafted free agents. But it's faith, family, then football in that order. Thank you so much for being part of the program, brought to you by Fanatics.com. Use that code, save up to 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners, NFL, Fanatics.com. Faith, family, then football. We use football. Spend time with our family. Use football. Don't let football use you. Here's the Facebook page right there. Thank you to the ones that follow. Here is the Lions YouTube page, or the Villain Squad YouTube page. So thank you everybody for listening. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you until we meet again. In Jesus' name, amen. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you everybody for being part of this marathon of an NFL draft. I hope you got all the players that you wanted, but even if you didn't, God bless your life. God bless you. I'll see you guys on the next video.
You like that?